never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.
USA News, I'm Dave Collins. Biden administration officials have not conducted an assessment to determine if Israel is adhering to international law in its conflict with Hamas. State Department spokesman Matthew Miller faced questions about the appropriate use of U.S.-supplied weapons by Israel.
We are monitoring. We are collecting information. As we do in every conflict, we are engaged in conversations with the Israeli government about steps that they can take to minimize civilian harm.
This inquiry arose after President Biden mentioned to donors that Israel was losing global support due to what he referred to as indiscriminate bombing. A New York court has dismissed former President Trump's attempt to contest the gag order imposed on him. Trump's legal team sought to overturn the order preventing him and his attorneys from discussing Judge Arthur Engron's court staff publicly. The appeals court ruled that Trump did not follow the appropriate legal procedure to challenge the gag order and sanctions against him. Additionally, the court rejected Trump's request to allow his lawyers to investigate a review of the gag order. Retiring from Congress, former House Speaker Kevin McCarthy bid farewell in his final speech on the House floor today.
Thank you for ever giving me this opportunity to serve you. I loved every single day.
The California Republican expressed gratitude to his constituents for the opportunity to serve in the chamber. McCarthy urged lawmakers to prioritize doing the right thing, even if it involves risking their positions. Earlier this year, McCarthy faced removal as Speaker due to disagreements with conservative Republicans over concessions made to Democrats on a government spending bill. Tech and healthcare workers lead in job dissatisfaction as per a pay scale report of over 770,000 U.S. workers. Senior product managers topped the list with 66% intending to quit despite a $144,000 median salary. This is USA News.
Greece is cheap.
But the airfare costs a fortune.
Paris?
Not much closer, and again, airfare...
What about Puerto Vallarta?
Let's face it, flying anywhere is just too expensive.
Wait, what's this? Low-cost airlines.
With one call to low-cost airlines, you'll drastically slash your travel costs. We're talking insanely low airline prices to any of your favorite destinations. Where would you like to go? London, Rome, Costa Rica, Australia?
Wow, that's cheap.
So why wait? Call now to learn how crazy cheap it is to fly anywhere in the U.S. or international. Our prices are so low, we can't publish them. The only way to get them is to call to instantly hear the most amazing best deals on airline travel. It's that easy. So call now and start packing.
800-215-5141. 800-215-5141. 800-215-5141. That's 800-215-5141.
Expelled from the House, former New York Congressman George Santos is expanding his side hustles. The ousted Republican is introducing a subscription-based tell-all page on the social media platform X. Additionally, Santos is creating personalized videos on the Cameo platform offering insights into Congress, the media, and certain celebrities for a monthly fee of $7. During the holiday season, tipping can be a bit perplexing. According to Street Easy concierge Carlo Romero, tipping is a personal choice.
Ultimately, tipping is very personal, and it's a gesture of your gratitude, so it should always be an amount that you're comfortable with.
With that, he says sanitation workers value an extra tip with a recommended range of $20 to $30 each. U.S. mail carriers are not allowed to accept cash or gift cards, making a non-cash gift the preferred option. If you have a part-time babysitter, offering 2 days' pay is suitable. For a housekeeper, a tip equivalent to 1 week's pay is a generous gesture if feasible. Intel is gearing up for the release of a new AI computer chip slated to debut next year, positioning itself in competition with rival chips such as NVIDIA's, which powers extensive artificial intelligence models like OpenAI's ChatGPT. Intel CEO Pat Gelsinger unveiled this during a launch event in New York on Thursday, anticipating to be the standout product in 2024. Dave Collins, USA News.
Do you have a story to tell? Bring your story to life with audiobooks. Great stories deserve great storytelling. Audiobook Network provides professional voice actors and full production services for every author's manuscript. From narration, production, and editing to distribution, promotion, and sales, Audiobook Network handles everything. If you have a print book, ebook, or even a manuscript, call Audiobook Network now and get our free audiobook guide. 800-734-1229. 800-734-1229.
Let's face it, winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. You know what I'm talking about. The hard, cold starts, rough idling, and fuel gelling. Avoid these problems by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense. EDT Plus Winter Defense is a concentrated 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that prevents gelling and improves engine performance in the coldest of climates. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens, increases fuel economy and winter operability, plus the lubricity protection of LX4 to extend fuel system life. With EDT Plus Winter Defense, you can be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense is available at Pilot Flying J truck stops, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Alrighty, knock knock. Who's there? Well, looks like it's the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. As we roll into the weekend. All right, Friday first. Got to get to your final work day of the week. And yes, indeed. Hope you've had a great week. We're looking at the 15th day of December as we will work our way in from time zone to time zone across the country, east to west. Good to have you on board out of the box here. Got a big show, lots to cover, plenty of industry headlines. Yeah, the latest on the big three. What else we got? Travelers weather. Been talking about this all week. Potential for a big storm over the weekend. First, they're telling us two storm systems are poised to merge, which could bring more than 3 inches of rain to cities in the Northeast. Some snow for Texas this weekend, just as the Christmas travel begins to get underway in earnest. Going to the Fox News Forecast Center, delays on the roads and at the airports beginning Saturday morning. At least 20 states could be affected by these merging storms, impacting a good share of the 115 million Americans expected to travel 50 miles or more over the holidays. There's still a question mark if, and that, I don't know if it's a big if these two phase together, then we're talking a much stronger system. It's going to continue to kind of get shifted up in the jet stream, move up the coastline. Yeah, the placement of that low is going to be one thing for us to watch very closely. Either way, Texas is bracing for rain and some snow over the weekend, while Boston, New York City, D.C., Philadelphia could see more than 3 inches of rain. Another soggy weekend in the offing. At this point, timing is everything. When you're talking about Sunday, Monday, this is what they're watching closely, is all this energy may actually come together. Yeah, we're going to be talking a lot of wind as well. So let's take it from there. I can pull up the big screen, the national radar scenario. Well defined. You see storm system number 1 right in the central portions of the country. It's mostly rain. I'm not really seeing any returns of the wintry precip stretching from northeastern portions of Nebraska all the way down into central and west central portions of Texas, which means we've got some heavy rain that'll be pushing into the Wichita area overnight. Right now, it's all the heavy rain kind of sandwiched in between Wichita and Dodge City in Kansas. The heavy rains extending down through western Oklahoma now. We'll see that pushing into the line from Oklahoma City to Wichita Falls over the next few hours. Rains extending back to central portions of the Texas Panhandle, just east of Amarillo. Now, just pushing out of Lubbock. Rains will be pushing into the Odessa area in the coming hours. Then as we shift down into the Gulf of Mexico, if you took the zone stretching from, say, Key West all the way over to Tampico, Mexico, that's the extent of the Gulf of Mexico. And this system rains expansive across the entire Gulf there. That's going to be pushing up and eventually impacting much of the Sunshine State over the weekend. There's a chance these storms will evolve into maybe even a subtropical storm prior to moving inland in Florida early this weekend. Rain, wind, hazardous beach conditions up and down the eastern seaboard. After gathering steam from the warm waters there in the Gulf of Mexico, which it's trying to do as we speak, and on into the weekend, that storm's going to rocket up the eastern states as we look toward the second half of the weekend into early next week. This is the path is typical of storms during the winter months, but carrying an amount of moisture that you usually see during the summertime. Rain may eclipse 6 inches in parts of the southeast with this tropical moisture. Heavy rain will be a widespread concern. The zone of heaviest rain depends on the exact path of the storm, which again is not yet set in stone. If it tracks further to the north and west in the southeast, heaviest rains from possibly the Florida Panhandle into Georgia, South Carolina. If it tracks a bit further to the coast, heaviest rain would be across Florida, potentially brushing the eastern Carolinas, or it could even move offshore. So again, there's a lot of uncertainty here. 2 to 4 inches of rain may fall from much of the Sunshine State to the central Appalachians, with a swath of 4 to 8 inches along part of the southern Atlantic seaboard. Areas where you don't really need much rain. But there are a few areas where drought conditions are still in place. Northern Georgia, western Tennessee, the western Carolinas. By Sunday, drier but windy weather will be anticipated for much of Florida as the rain shifts northward with that storm system. Now, the severe weather threat expected across Florida will be similar to the threat from a tropical system. That means that there will be the threat of isolated and brief tornadoes that could form with little warning Saturday through Saturday night. Waterspouts may also form moving inland along the west coast of Florida. Now, the threat of tornadoes may end up being the highest actually Saturday night, which could be a particularly dangerous situation. Make sure you have a way to receive your potential weather alerts during the nighttime hours. By Sunday, the coastal Carolinas could be at a risk for a few spin-up tornadoes as the track of this storm shifts further to the north over the southeastern states. But coastal areas, they're telling us you're going to take a pounding with rough beach and boating conditions along the southeast coast much of this weekend into next week. Tampa Bay, the wind has been blowing so strong from the east that bay water has been pushed out to sea. Forecasters say that this recent coastal hazard will be compounded by the new storm that's going to take shape there in the Gulf of Mexico. You've already been dealing with days of winds there in Florida. We've seen numerous SpaceX launches delayed, postponed with that wind threat. Winds over 40 miles an hour along the southeast coast make for a difficult trip to the beach. It doesn't look like a good beach weekend. Of course, then you'll have rough surf and wet weather. Looking ahead, it does look like much quieter weather moves into the region for next week, providing good weather for outdoor and travel plans in those days leading up to Christmas. Yeah, we'll take a look elsewhere around the country. They do begin to look for, for those dreaming of a white Christmas, who stands the best prospect of a white Christmas. This year, it doesn't look like there's a whole lot of the country that can anticipate that. Most of us are going to be waking up to more of a green Christmas, the way the forecast models are depicting things, at least at this point in time. Well, hello to Philly Dan as we kick off a new day. Happy Friday, he says. Hope everybody has a great weekend. Dipsy Driver, what's going on? Hello, Steve, the most informed audience. It's clear, calm, cool, just like Steve Summers here in Stockbridge, mid-Michigan. Now, I thought we were done with the corny jokes. All right, you know how I can tell that Santa Claus visits our home? I can feel his presence. All listening, have a great weekend. And most of all, please stay safe, especially out there on the roadways. Well, good morning, Cookie. She said, I'll be listening in for a while. Just wanted to say hello to all you truck drivers out there on the road tonight. Good to have you with us, Cookie. Marianne, morning, Steve, the overnight family. Yesterday, got to take a walk in the highway again a couple of times. I have an update. I've been moved to the Kindred Healthcare floor. Todd checks in here on a Friday morning. Good afternoon. That would be Larry. Hammer down, be safe. 36 in Wallkill, New York. As we head back to Schenectady, then Wilmington, Delaware tonight. Thank you for checking in. Shorty, I-77 northbound at the North Carolina-Virginia line tonight. We are Columbus bound with 34 degrees at this hour. A couple others jumping on board early on Be-Do. Checking in. Morning, Steve, and the overnight crew. Have a great weekend. Gilligan, morning, Steve. It's a clear, cool night. Troutville, Virginia, 29 here. Everybody keep it shiny side up. And looks like where we at? 32 outside the secret bunker. As we roll into the early hours of a Friday, TGIF, which I don't know. Would that be one day what?
One day closer.
To the greatest day of the week.
Spring Dad. He's already on his greatest day of the week.
Yep, kicking things off. Yeah, what's going on, Captain Ron?
Well, sounds sounds like we're going to get a little bit of rain and wind down here in Tampa area.
Yes, that's what the forecast
It's only 95% chance of rain, according to the Weather Channel, for me. That ain't much of a chance, is it?
Now there's a 5% chance you don't get rain, huh?
Right. But there's a chance.
Yeah, there's a chance.
So, to echo Horse Feather's call about the app, that's the way it's been for me for a long time. That's why I was listening to TNC Radio Live. But it seems like the app only has about a third of the volume that the Facebook stream has.
Have you tried it this morning?
And I don't even...
Have you tried it this morning? Because there were adjustments made this past day. Horse Feathers, I called him off the air because I told him before the show, I said, I want you to tune the app and see what's going on. And he said it was sounding good.
I haven't tried it today.
Okay, try it.
But I was wondering if you listen to it on the replay, I don't know that you would notice because you don't have anything to compare it to.
Yeah.
You know, at the same time. But the way I think you could check it is somebody, you know, get on the app live at night and then in their car or whatever, you know, put it on the Bluetooth and then switch it over to Facebook, and you'd notice the volume difference right away.
Mm-hmm. Well, like I said, changes have been made today. So yeah, I talked to Horse Feathers literally as the news was playing. I called him and he said, yes, it's that. Don't get him. I can listen to it. I don't even have to turn my volume all the way up. He said it's a much better.
Oh, okay. Well, that's good because I jump on the phone, so I haven't tried the app yet.
Yep.
But anyway, I just wanted to let you know that. Now, with these self-driving Teslas, what would be the point of having it if you're supposed to be there driving it like normal? You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
What would be the advantage of having autopilot? I don't understand. If you're supposed to be paying attention with your hands on the wheel, I don't see any advantage to having the autopilot. Do you?
Autopilot is a misnomer. It should be called driver assist. I mean, it can help you stay in between your lanes, but it's not designed to fully take control. It's not autonomous.
Well, my truck has that lane alert. You get over too close to the stripe or to the solid, and it'll send off an alarm.
Yes.
I mean, but that's not auto. It does it on its own. I just don't understand what would be the purpose of it. And we ain't at that point yet, anyway. Obviously, you know, and if we're going to be those autonomous trucks, they're probably going to want somebody in the seat all the time. So what's going to be the benefit of having driverless trucks if that driver's going to have to be behind the wheel? You're still only going to have the same operating time.
Yep.
You're still going to have the same DOT regulations, right? I don't know. It's kind of strange to me.
Some of these companies say they're going to be ready next year, 2024, to take the driver out of the driver's seat. I don't see it happening because of the regulators. I mean, there's a lot of unanswered questions, but depends on who you ask. Like I said, there's several companies out there saying that they're ready for it, but I don't think they really are.
I mean, we can't even keep trucks off of the covered bridges and the bike paths. No, as it is. But I don't have a whole lot tonight. That's about all I got. I appreciate you taking my call.
Well, enjoy your weekend, and yeah, thanks for the reminder. One day closer to the greatest day of the week. Of course, Monday. It is 844-844-3388, Friday morning, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Turbochargers spool time.
turbochargers are designed to increase the efficiency and power of the diesel engine by forcing compressed air into the combustion chamber. Temperatures inside the turbo can reach upwards of 400 degrees. The oil meant to lubricate the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. The turbo's ability to spool up quickly is hindered because the stiction-covered bearings can't spin properly. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the stiction from turbo bearings, reducing spool time, and builds maximum boost sooner in the RPM range. Stiction Eliminator is a synthetic cleaner plus nano-lubricant that contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator. Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
About 25% of your trucking business revenue goes to paying for fuel. Most fleet cards promise big discounts, but charge hefty fees and limit where you can fuel up. Well, it's time for a change. The Bobtail Zero MasterCard is the zero-fee way to save money and control your fuel spending. Bobtail Zero charges nothing in fees and can be used anywhere MasterCard is accepted. Approval can take just minutes. Apply now at bobtail.com and take back control of your business. The Bobtail Zero MasterCard is issued by Bancorp Bank N.A. MasterCard and the Circles design are registered trademarks of MasterCard International Incorporated.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Well, word comes down this past day, General Motors announcing they're going to be laying off 1,300 workers at two Michigan auto factories in a matter of weeks. Early January, the largest U.S. automaker said 945 workers will be laid off at their Orion assembly plant, which is ending production of the Chevy Bolt. Being converted for electric truck production that will start in late 2025. Another 350 workers at the Lansing Grand River plant will be laid off due to the end of the Chevrolet Camaro production. GM said in the announcement affected hourly employees will be offered positions at other factories. I'm not sure proximity-wise, how much further is it going to be to get to your job? But, that's the news from GM this past day. You jump over to, there he is, Horse Feathers.
Hey, thanks for taking the call, Your Honors. I guess we're supposed to start this out with, hey, Becky, what day is it? What day is it, Becky?
Friday.
So, of course.
No, it's Monday. What is it for her? It's like Wednesday, right?
It's hump day. Yeah, it should be her hump day, but if she's got to work 6 days this week, it might be all thrown off there. We might be just completely off schedule. But so speaking of schedule and that, your intro was good. Your news wasn't too bad. And then when you came on, you were a little lower. So I think it's a little better than it's been in this previous times, but it's not what Facebook is, because I did exactly what Captain Ron said. I had the app playing, and then I opened up Facebook, and Facebook is still definitely a lot louder than what the app is. So anyways, we're better, but we're not perfected yet.
All right, one step at a time, trial and error.
That's right. But at least it's not all good things come to an end, right?
Yes, hopefully not.
Yeah, we've been there before. We don't need to do that again. But so anyways, there I was telling you earlier there, going down the road, I see some of these Gilead meteor showers coming down. I saw one yesterday and saw one today. They're the Gileads, right? They're put up by Hot Shot Secret.
Geminid meteor shower.
Yeah. Oh, okay. I was thinking they were put up by. I thought they were sponsored by Hot Shot Secret there, and they were the Gileads there from Mount Gilead. All right. But anyways, yeah, I have seen a couple of them. I can't say that they're anything spectacular, but kind of like a lighted raindrop there, just kind of dropping straight out of the sky.
Yeah,
different.
I was kind of disappointed. I mean, every time I'd go out to take a break, I was gathering toward the heavens, and I didn't see any last night. It was a bust for me.
Yeah, but you're in that highly populated light pollution area there. You got to get yourself. You got to move that secret bunker. You got to load up that streetcar named Desire there and get the city transit system to move you further out in the country. Get you some country ground out there. Be able to see all the spectacular sights of the celestial sky. But anyway, I don't know. It seems to be quieting down now. I started a little earlier tonight, and it seemed like traffic was pretty heavy. So I don't know if I'm just not used to it being out in a more normal people hour time or what. But now that we've gotten past the midnight hour, things seem to be quieting back down to normal overnight procedure here. So everything seems to be rolling along pretty good. And maybe somebody else out there has an idea. If you're traveling, I believe it's in the Harrisburg area, but it looks like I-83 is going to have a weekend closure from, I believe it was trying to read because they kept flipping the signs. It was one of them two-part deals on the sign. They kept flipping the sign back and forth, and about the time you get adjusted to start reading one part, they flip it to the other, and
you don't get the full message. Okay, I gotta pause there, but we'll return right after this. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News Update. Biden administration officials have not conducted an assessment to determine if Israel is adhering to international law in its conflict with Hamas. State Department spokesman Matthew Miller faced questions about the appropriate use of U.S.-supplied weapons by Israel.
We are engaged in conversations with the Israeli government about steps that they can take to minimize civilian harm.
A New York court has dismissed former President Trump's attempt to contest the gag order imposed on him. Trump's legal team sought to overturn the order preventing him and his attorneys from discussing Judge Arthur Engron's court staff publicly. The appeals court ruled that Trump did not follow the appropriate legal procedure to challenge the gag order and sanctions against him. Retiring from Congress, former House Speaker Kevin McCarthy bid farewell in his final speech on the House floor today.
Thank you for ever giving me this opportunity to serve you. I loved every single day.
Dave Collins, USA News.
Omaha Steaks Burger Perfection Flight, made from single cuts of real aged Omaha steaks, rewrites the book on burgers. Go to omahasteaks.com. Use promo code TREAT at checkout for an extra $20 off your order, plus free shipping when you order the $79.99 Burger Perfection Flight. A fantastic array of pure ground steak on a bun burger greatness. For $20 off the Burger Perfection Flight, use promo code TREAT at checkout at omahasteaks.com and discover your new burger obsession. Minimum order may be required.
If you're a diabetic, we have great news. You can end the painful finger sticks with a new CGM. Plus, they may be covered by Medicare, Medicaid, or private insurance. If you test and inject daily, you may qualify. Call US Med now to learn more.
800-471-7065. 800-471-7065. 800-471-7065. That's 800-471-7065.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel fuel cetane levels.
In many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration lubricants. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey, if you're needing to stock up on Hot Shot Secret products, don't forget, use the coupon code Overnight Drive at checkout. You'll get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com. Over $5 a gallon for diesel? Wow, it's the highest it's ever been. Now, what if you could get paid to use a fuel additive? Hear me out. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment, EDT, will improve your miles per gallon enough that the fuel economy savings will not only pay for the cost of the product, but also keep more money in your pocket. Think about it. At $5 a gallon, you're paying over $1,200 to fill up and going 1,500 miles on a full tank. Well, Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment will increase fuel economy up to 3%. That's an extra 45 miles per tank, $37 worth of diesel, and a savings of 2 cents every mile. EDT is so strong, it only takes $12 worth of EDT to get these savings, and you get all the other benefits of this 6-in-1 treatment. Take the EDT challenge today. If you're not completely satisfied, we'll refund your purchase. EDT is available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA and Petro Stopping Centers. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matouche firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler Magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Well, speaking of Hump Day, Eskimo Mom's on board. Happy Friday, Hump Day, whatever day it is, to the Overnight Drive Nation. I got a regular run tonight. Let's see. Texted heat wave here earlier. Dealing with a lot of heavy, wet snow at the home 20. Made travel a mess today in parts of New Mexico. He did say he's expected to know his schedule sometime maybe next week. Clears. Still seeing a few meteors here and there. And a little wind out of the south tonight, but we're hanging at 42 degrees. Well, you're a full 10 warmer on 71 there in Kentucky. Everybody be safe. Have a good weekend when it rolls around. Thank you much. All right, Eskimo Mom, have a great day. Shorty, I guess he's tuned in on the Rumble side. Rumble sounds great. Thank you much. Hello, Pappy. 30 degrees, Harrison, Ohio. Thank God it's Friday. Better late than never. Saddle up, nocturnal listeners. The posse's out, and I caught up to you. Hammer down, and by all means, don't breathe out. Too much carbon dioxide in the air. Stay safe. Are you with me? All right, good to have you with us, Pappy, there. See what's going on. Back to the calls. Who we got on board? Is it Todd or Tank? I'm not...
Hey, it's Todd.
Hello, Todd.
How you doing, Steve?
Doing well. What do you know? It's been a while.
Oh, man, I don't know. I'm just out here trying to make some money doing that deal. Did you hear the sad news in Cincinnati, out of Cincinnati today?
Coney Island?
Coney Island. Yeah.
Yes.
I thought that, like, Cincinnati needs another music venue.
I mean, they've got. That's right next door. Riverbend is right there. I don't understand.
Yeah. I just thought that was crazy. Now I'm rolling up 81 tonight, headed over to South Boston, Virginia, to the good old Dollar General D.C. to deliver some racks. That's about all I'm doing. Got a little bad news a few months ago. Going to be treated for the good old prostate cancer. Haven't got a plan all set up yet, but I'm still out here trucking until all that starts.
So I mean, what are they talking about? Putting like the radioactive seeds? Do they still do that? I think my dad had that done way back when.
Well, he hasn't made a definite plan. I got to go back during Christmas. I'm taking off the week of Christmas.
Okay.
To go get some other stuff done, so I won't know exactly. He says that he calls it his game plan. So he said it's a slow growing. I don't know. It's still cancer, but he always says it. So I just kind of been dealing with that, but life goes on. People got a lot worse going on.
It's always, scary just to hear that dreaded C word. I don't care what kind it is, any kind. It's scary.
Yeah, you're right. Well, good talking with you. I'm gonna get off here and listen on the app.
Thanks for dialing us up. All right, hope all goes well with the prognosis there. And if we don't talk to you before, have a Merry Christmas, Happy New Year, all that good stuff. All right. And a couple of other questions here. What do we have? Anybody know what happened on I-65 north of Horse Cave, Kentucky? Is that an active? You got a backup? I'm not sure. I'll do a quick search, see what I can find for you there. Let you know, Tracy. Thanks for the question. Brain Dead, morning, Steve. Happy Friday to you as I'm ready to get this Monday over with. It's a balmy 50 degrees at the Memphis International. Sent you a few nominees for Dumbass of the Week, and we'll be restarting this maybe on a weekly basis, along with some daily updates on the Facebook group. I'll try to check in later as I'm at the first of my 3 stop run. Yeah, for his Monday morning, getting the new week started. Speaking of traffic issues, Hillbilly, what's going on tonight? What's going on?
71 South coming out of Washington Courthouse at the 40-mile marker. Some Saudi accident. They've got it shut down there and got everybody getting off at the 45. You go over to US 42 and head south and jump on either at Lebanon or keep on going down and the South Lebanon and jump back on 71.
Okay.
But there was no fire trucks or ambulances there, just police. Looked like they were doing an investigation, so hopefully they get it cleaned up fairly quickly.
Okay.
So, yeah, that is sad news back on the island. I read that today on one of the news outlets. Chewy.
1886. I mean, for virtually for everyone alive today, it's been there, our entire lives. And we've had a number of over my career, company picnics and things of that nature there. And when I saw that they're turning it into that's a pretty good piece of real estate. I mean, I don't know what kind of a music venue they're talking about, but.
I thought Coney Island was a historic landmark for as long as it's been there.
Yeah, well, the Sunlight Pool, absolutely.
So, I mean, like I said, the Sunlight Pool's been open since, 1912? I think what I read.
I believe that's yes. Yeah. Forever.
So, I mean, everybody alive today,
exactly.
That pool's been there.
Yep.
So, I mean, but I just couldn't believe it. Like you said, it's right next to River Bend. I mean, how many music venues we need in Ohio and Northern Kentucky? But somebody wanted money somewhere.
Yep.
I guess that's the way I look at it. But, all right, Steve, everybody be careful and have a great weekend. Yeah, catch you next week.
Thank you for the update there, Hillbillies. So be careful out there. Not a good night for somebody out there. Somebody's, the family. For some family out there, their holiday season just got turned upside down, right? What in the world happened in Thursday night football? I pull up and it's Las Vegas Raiders versus the LA Chargers. Final score, Raiders 63 to the Chargers 21. That was not a miss. 63. Raiders scoring, apparently, obviously, 3 touchdowns in the first quarter, 3 touchdowns in the second quarter. It was actually 42-0 at halftime. Raiders come back with 14 points in the third, another touchdown in the fourth. Chargers were able to muster one. I guess they were trying to fight back, right? 7 in the third quarter, 14-63 to 21. What a lopsided game. That's the kind of game where, obviously by halftime, the audience is all but gone. It's 42-0, and it's like, why even bother watching the rest of that game? That's insane. Our number, 844-844-3388. Russ wants to talk about the college football playoffs coming up here. Let me get to Sundance Kid. I guess do you have some info about the question about Horse Cave?
Yeah. Did the last caller just talk about it?
No, he was talking about a separate incident that's ongoing right now. It's
okay.
I have nothing on 65.
Okay, all right. So, all right, Horse Cave is, I come by there with a camper and a couple of cars, about 4 or 5 cars and a big truck. It wasn't bad. I don't think the big truck was fine. He just was on the record. He hit something, but not too bad.
Okay.
But it was a 4-mile backup, 3 lanes wide.
Oh boy!
And I come by there an hour ago. They probably got it cleaned up by now, so it should be cutting loose. But you could get off at exit 53. But it was when she got to the 55 to about the 59.5, 60, where that rest area is on 65, you couldn't get there.
Okay.
You couldn't get to the Loves right there at 58. So, but yeah, it should be cleaned up by now though.
Yeah, 4-mile backup though. That takes a while to clear out. 3 lanes wide. What a mess.
Oh yeah, that's a 12-mile backup in 1 lane. Come on.
Yep.
All right, well, that's all I got.
All right. Well, hey, good to hear from you. Happy Friday, all that fun stuff. I don't know, whatever day it is for him. It's not his Friday. Let me pass on under the industry headlines. The OOIDA Foundation releasing their quarterly report this week. How are things looking in the trucking industry? What are the prospects as we look to the new year? Among the major takeaways are the steepest year-over-year decline in the U.S. Bank Shipment Index since the start of the pandemic, and the appearance that spot rates have maybe found the bottom, the floor, according to the Producer Price Index. Now, they kind of break things down by various trucking type of operations, starting with the owner-operator outlook. Truckload volumes have declined in 5 of the past 6 quarters, putting downward pressure on rates. Volumes have not been in negative territory for the past 3 quarters. Net truckload revenue has declined over the past 4 quarters and is down 45% from its high in the second quarter of 22. There's just too much capacity for the amount of freight in the market right now, and that's driving revenue and rates down. Truckload price and cost change have been in negative territory since the second quarter of last year, indicating the start of the next upcycle is still a ways off, apparently. Now, leased on owner-operator outlook, the number of loads hauled by truck through the first few weeks of October trended below the historical pre-pandemic average for the third quarter. According to Landstar's load per quarter data, Landstar president and CEO said the same soft freight market fundamentals that occurred in the second quarter remained in the third. The number of trucks, which provides a good barometer of where the freight market is for leased-on owner-operators, has declined nearly 14% since the start of this freight recession, pointing to lackluster demand, inflation, and loose truck capacity as to why truck revenue per load and volume numbers are below last year's levels. How about the company driver outlook? Retail wholesale trade sales percentages were down for the second straight quarter, are 133% lower than last year. Big number. Employment for the general freight, long-distance truckload sector increased quarter over quarter, despite this, what some news outlets have reported concerning capacity leaving the industry. Average weekly earnings for general freight, long-distance, and truckload decreased, and inflation-adjusted pay is now below 2019 levels. Now, the bigger picture, the overall industry. U.S. Bank's shipment index has fallen for 5 straight quarters and declined year over year in the previous 6. Showing the steepest year-over-year decline since the second quarter of 2020. I mean, early in the pandemic, the combination of shrinking volumes and falling freight rates due to weak demand resulted in shippers spending less on truck freight. While shippers have benefited from lower spending, obviously, the carriers have not. All regions posted sequential declines in shipments during the third quarter. This is the first time that's happened since the first quarter of 2021. The largest quarterly drop was in the West region, while the Southwest region saw the largest drop quarter over quarter. Midwest had the largest year-over-year decline at nearly 18%. Finally, the overall freight market, the utilization rate for all manufacturing sectors decreased for the 4th consecutive quarter. Hours of operations are lower than this time last year and lower than the 5-year trend. Insufficient supply is 56% lower year over year. Insufficient orders, 36% higher year over year. We're pretty much in a waiting game for the next freight cycle to begin. According to this update, some analysts are predicting that the new cycle will start maybe about the second half of 2024. That would indicate we've got a ways to go, all right? It is 844-844-3388. We return in 2.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, PowerStroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SUMMERS10. Doc's Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Okay, back at it here. Thank you so much for being with us on a Friday morning. All right, Russ, let's talk a little college food. I pulled up a guy by the name of Booger McFarland. Kind of breaking things down. He says, based solely on talent, McFarland's top 4 teams look a lot different than the order, in his eyes, of the college football playoff rankings. While on the Always College Football podcast last week, he said if he were to rank the CFP teams based on talent, his rankings would be number 1, Texas Longhorns in the playoffs. They're actually at number 3. Number 2, he says Alabama, followed by Michigan at number 3 and the Washington Huskies. Everything kind of reversed. He was one of the strongest voices advocating for Florida State to make the playoff. So it's rather interesting to see him admit that the 2 teams that got in over FSU, Texas and Bama, would actually be his number 1 and number 2 teams in the power rankings. He also mentioned he believes, are you with me, Big Ed? He believes Texas will win the national title. That was Big Ed's prediction. Speaking of, we haven't heard from Big Ed in a few days. I saw he's been under the weather. Somebody out there gave him the nasty bug. So I guess yesterday he was feeling a little bit better. But what's going on, Russ?
Hey, Steve, how's it going?
Doing well.
Good. Me and my friend was talking. I've known him since 2nd grade last night. We was thinking about this. If Washington would lose and Michigan would lose, you'd have 4 teams that are 13-1. Florida still would be undefeated, 13-0, and Florida is ranked right now in the AP number 4, and Alabama's number 5. Plus, point-wise, Florida State is at 1358, and Alabama's at 1329. I mean, it's just weird why they've done this. I mean, that's why they call, in March Madness basketball, anything can happen at any given time. I mean, Richmond Spiders, 1991, in the March Madness, they beat Syracuse, and Syracuse was seeded number 2, and Richmond was seeded number 15. But something just weird. Also, another thing I was going to throw out to you, I learned last night on the internet, Washington, UCLA, Oregon, and USC are going to be possibly going to the Big Ten next year. And that's going to be interesting, too.
Right. Well,
it's all about money. I mean,
if there's
everybody wants to get that money.
If there's one way for Florida State to put an explanation point on the fact that they should have been, if they actually go, if they actually beat Georgia, what a statement that would be.
I know it would. I think, to be honest with you, I think Alabama's going to beat Michigan, and I think Texas is going to beat Washington. I mean, like Big Ed said, I think Texas probably pull it off, but it's just going to look weird with Florida State being undefeated, and then you got a championship team that's lost 1 game. It just don't look right. But anywho,
as the case has been,
good one, Steve. I'm sitting here monitoring my cameras here at work and eating lunch and watching you.
All right. Well, hey, thank you, Russ.
Casual Friday.
That's good to have you with us. Yeah, enjoy your Casual Friday. Thank you so much. A couple of minutes before we'll hit news break, top of the hour. What else in the mix? It is 844-844-3388. Coming up next hour, we'll delve a bit maybe into we've got this whole January 6th scenario. The courts, the Supreme Court, apparently has signaled they will indeed take up this January 6th case. Does this have anything potentially to do with former President Trump? Constitutional law expert Alan Dershowitz says he believes it does. He's agreed, the Supreme Court has agreed to take up this case. He said it probably applies to the former president, in addition to a number of other January 6th defendants, including one of his clients. Tell you what that's all about. Meanwhile, we'll get more into what's going on, of course, around the world. We've got our open border. We've been talking ad nauseum about people coming across into this country who are on, say, the terror watch list. We know the bad guys are looking to exploit this wide open border to plant potential terrorists in the United States. If this does not send a clear message, what has unfolded overseas in the last few days, a plot to unearth a buried Hamas weapons cache in Germany and launch terror attacks across the European Jewish community has been foiled, ending in the arrest of 7 at this point across the continent, according to the Mossad. Security services, including Mossad, stated this past afternoon 3 arrests in Germany, 3 Denmark, 1 in Netherlands, taken into custody. We'll try to break it down and spell it out to you. Interesting stuff. Right now, though, it's the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. Exergy is the home of the Sportsman line of injectors. These injectors are designed for use in pickup trucks with no other modifications and offer a 15 to 20 horsepower gain while being calibrated to tighter tolerances than factory stock injectors. With the product lineup of injectors from Sportsman to 700% over, pumps from Sportsman to 14 millimeters, and complete engine control systems, Exergy has you covered. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of our many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News, I'm Dave Collins. The Biden administration is urging Israel to increase precision in its Gaza attacks, according to the National Security Council spokesperson John Kirby.
Efforts Israel is now undertaking to be more surgical in their targeting and efforts that they are taking to help increase the flow of aid.
This statement coincides with the National Security Advisor Jake Sullivan's meetings with top Israel officials in Tel Aviv. Additionally, U.S. officials are advocating for more humanitarian pauses to facilitate hostage release by Hamas and enhance aid delivery to Gaza. A significant storm is moving up the East Coast with heavy rain and strong winds, causing some flooding and downed trees and wires and unseasonably warm temps Sunday into Monday. While weather can change at a moment's notice, it looks like the track of the storm will be from the Chesapeake Bay area to the southern New England area. U.S. Army Sergeant Maciel Hay just made history by becoming the first active duty female to pass the Army's sniper school. Hay, a cavalry scout with the 173rd Airborne Brigade, passed the sniper course last month at Fort Warren, Georgia. She's headed to Alaska to the 1st Squadron Airborne 40th Cavalry Regiment, and she's now looking ahead to becoming a jump master, although Ranger School isn't off the table. Axel Foley is back. Beverly Hills Cop Axel F. The movie expected to hit Netflix in 2024. This is USA News.
Omaha Steaks is rewriting the book on burgers with an all-new handmade texture for the juiciest home-style burgers you've ever tasted. Their pure ground burgers are made from single cuts of real, aged Omaha steaks. These are truly steaks on a bun. Filet mignon, ribeye, New York strip, sirloin, and even brisket burgers. Now is the time to experience the exclusive Burger Perfection Flight for just $79.99. Go to omahasteaks.com and use promo code TREAT at checkout to get an extra $20 off your order, plus free shipping. You'll get 4 of each pure ground burger, so you can sample all the steak on a bun greatness. These burgers are crafted for a juicier, more tender experience, making your mouth water with every single bite. Don't wait. Go to omahasteaks.com, use promo code TREAT at checkout, and get $20 off the Burger Perfection Flight and discover your new burger obsession. Minimum order may be required.
For those prioritizing affordability in their retirement destination, Ohio may be an attractive option. Youngstown, Ohio has been identified as the most affordable place to retire in the U.S., according to U.S. News & World Report. The analysis considered factors such as housing affordability, retiree taxes, and access to quality health care, among others, across the 150 largest metro areas in the U.S. In National Lampoon's Christmas Vacation, Clark Griswold had to battle a squirrel in the Christmas tree. Thankfully, for a family in Kentucky, the owl that came with their tree didn't want to battle. The White family said the baby owl was living in their tree for at least 4 days before their carpet cleaning guy found it. Not even the family dogs knew it was there. The bird was taken out of the tree and safely released. Country singer Luke Combs won a lawsuit, and he's apologizing to the woman who got sued. Combs employs a company to go after people who are illegally making money off his likeness. Nicole Harness of Illinois was selling a tumbler with Luke's likeness on her Amazon site, and somehow she got thrown into the mix. She got an email that told her she was being sued, but that ended up in her junk folder. Before she knew it, a judge said she owed Combs $250,000. Once the singer found out, he apologized to her and is selling a tumbler on his site, with the proceeds going to Harness to help pay off some seriously large medical bills. Dave Collins, USA News.
Have you ever picked up a towel set because it felt really soft in the store, but then when you go to use it, it's not very absorbent? That's why MyPillow has developed the MyPillow towels. Towels that work. The 6-piece towel set includes 2 bath towels, 2 hand towels, and 2 washcloths. And right now you can receive a 6-piece set for only $39.98 with promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com, click on the radio listener special, and enter promo code USA, or call 800-951-8175. That's MyPillow.com, promo code USA.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744.
Let's face it, winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. You know what I'm talking about. The hard cold starts, rough idling, and fuel gelling. Avoid these problems by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense. EDT Plus Winter Defense is a concentrated 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that prevents gelling and improves engine performance in the coldest of climates. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens, increases fuel economy and winter operability, plus the lubricity protection of LX4 to extend fuel system life. With EDT Plus Winter Defense, you can be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense is available at Pilot Flying J truck stops, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Thank you much. Here we go. Another hour, round number 2. As we turn the page on the calendar, we make our way into the 15th day of December. How many days till Christmas? Eskimo Mom forwarded an update. I-65, that accident there north of Horse Cave was indeed a fatality incident. One fatality, 2 others transported to the hospital. No word. But the update from the Kentucky State Police about just before 10 p.m., they expected to have that reopened at that point in a couple of hours, they said. So what's his name? Sundance Kid mentioned here a bit ago. It should be reopened, but the incredible backup they had, the miles and miles. I guess Tracy was one caught up in that. Things should begin moving if they're not yet. All right, Jeffrey, hello, good morning, Steve. Ready for a fabulous show. Work your magic. Bourbon Street Gary, good morning, Steve. The overnight drive. Everybody be safe. Have a good weekend. Good to have you with us. Hello to Glenn. Morning, Steve, and the crew. Everybody out there getting a late start tonight here in Florida. Be careful. We got the rains this weekend coming down here. Now, they're telling us 4 to 6 inches of rainfall. Yeah, I'm going to see some flooding issues, undoubtedly, there in parts of the Sunshine State this weekend. Well, what about? We're 10 days out. Forecasts undoubtedly change significantly over a 10-day period. But the holiday season's underway. Neighborhoods are aglow with the color of lights. The trees have been transformed into the twinkling centerpieces of our homes from coast to coast, as many enjoy the magical beauty of the season indoors. Kind of wondering, what may it look like outside on Christmas morn? Snow-covered hillsides, picturesque scenery, something straight out of a holiday movie. Well, those dreaming of a white Christmas, some, well, maybe a few will get their wish. In some areas of the country right now, though, AccuWeather says that the green Christmas is going to be more common as the sun rises on Monday, December 25. What is first a white Christmas? A white Christmas is a year when there's at least 1 inch of snow on the ground on December 25. Yeah, despite what some of our holiday songs suggest, a snowy Christmas is not too common for a large portion of the country. For more than half of the contiguous U.S., there's less than a 50% chance of a snow being on the ground Christmas Day, according to the historical records. For those in the Rocky Mountains, parts of the Midwest and northern New England, a white Christmas would be a bit more common than one without a blanket of powder. In the South, chances of white Christmas are almost zero, especially Florida, Texas, southern Arizona, parts of California. What are the chances this year? Snow lovers may have to keep dreaming of a white Christmas this year. They tell us only a few areas have a high chance of snow on the ground. That would be most of the Rockies and a few portions of the interior Northeast. Some snow possible in parts of the high plains and the north central USA, plus maybe some of the areas downwinds of Lake Erie, Lake Ontario. Lack of snow doesn't mean that calm weather is in the offing. In the days leading up to the holiday, though, as more than 115 million are forecast to travel, according to AAA this year. This will be the second busiest Christmas travel season after 2019. California, you'll see an increase in wet weather mid to late week. The storm's going to track from the southwest into the plains about December 22nd, 23rd. That's going to deliver mostly rain to the plains. We may see a little bit of fresh snow possible across the north central states. The stormy weather could put a damper on pre-Christmas travel, as several major travel hubs, including the likes of Los Angeles, San Francisco, Dallas, and Houston. It's the long-range forecasts already have some concerns for people traveling in the days following Christmas. There could be a period of rain and wet snow even after the holiday there in the Northeast. Obviously, again, this far out forecasts are highly subject to change, but Let me take you back to a more serious note as we hit the news break there, top of the hour. 7 arrests taking place, essentially thwarting what was an anticipated terror attack against the European Jewish community. Media in Germany and the Mossad treat the arrests as linked and all part of a plot to attack Jewish communities in Europe, while the Danish government is more circumspect, refusing to confirm or deny whether the arrests are definitely linked to the ones in Germany. The Minister of Justice refused to confirm or deny those arrested by Danish police were definitely linked to Hamas, speaking instead of a criminal gang and a conspiracy to attack Jewish people. The German newspaper, Die Welt, National Intelligence Services, believes Islamists already in Europe received orders from Hamas leaders in Lebanon to dig up an underground cache of weapons that they had set up in the past. The would-be terrorists launched several expeditions intending to rediscover the buried weapons, intending to bring them back to Berlin, ready for their operation. It appears that cache of weapons was never found, and the German police are still seeking it themselves. Authorities are reported to have said the arrested men were known, long-standing Hamas members who had been under surveillance since last year and who were thought to have participated in Hamas operations abroad in the past. Some of those arrested have been named. They pretty much just give first names and last initials. Israel's intelligence service, the Mossad, in a statement this past day said that the Hamas arrests in Europe come after an accelerated and comprehensive intelligence investigation. The goal of the Hamas plot was to kill innocent civilians on European soil, to attack Israeli, Jewish, and Western targets at any price, they said. Now, the Danish Prime Minister spoke on the arrest from the European Council meeting in Brussels this past day, stating that the news of the plot was extremely serious. It is, of course, in relation to the Israel-Gaza operation. Completely unacceptable for someone to bring a conflict elsewhere in the world to Danish society. For a number of years now, we've seen that there are people living in Denmark who do not wish us well, who are against our freedom, who are against Danish society with all that it entails. If it's happening elsewhere around the world, well, we are the West, folks. Headline number 2, the United States is extremely vulnerable to a catastrophic terror attack. So says a former FBI assistant director. Chris Swecker, who retired from the FBI in 2006, spoke to Newsweek that he has never seen America as open to attack by Islamic terrorists as it is right now. I worked counterterrorism up close. I've never seen this country so vulnerable. Much of this is caused by the open borders, which seem to me to neutralize all of our other counterterrorism efforts. And now we have the holidays, when terrorists like to strike. And we are projecting weakness around the world. His comments echo warnings from the FBI, the Department of Homeland Security, earlier this month advising law enforcement of the heightened risk of Islamic terror attacks since the start of the Israel-Hamas war. Hamas and the Iranian proxy group Hezbollah need to stir up conflict with the United States. Swecker told Newsweek with the FBI focused on the far right and the border not under control, Islamic terror cells are already present in this country. While serving as an FBI chief in North Carolina in 2000, Swecker said he indicted a group of Muslim men for funding Hezbollah After completing 21 years of 30-year prison sentence, one of the men returned to Lebanon in June. It was just last week where our FBI director, Christopher Wray, testified to the Senate Judiciary Committee that the terror threat has increased substantially in this country since the Middle Eastern conflict began. I see blinking lights everywhere I turn, he told the committee. He said since the Hamas October 7 attack on Israel, the number of terror threats is at a whole other level in this country. I've never seen a time where all the threats, or so many of the threats, are all elevated at exactly the same time. Wray cautioned terrorists may try to take advantage of the situation at our southern border, stressed that the FBI is working to identify and disrupt potential attacks. Now, top concerns stemming from the lone offenders inspired by or reacting to the ongoing conflict there. The most likely threat to Americans, especially Jewish, Muslim, and Arab American communities in this country. Finally, last headline, all lining up together. About 2 million people, including thousands of Americans, are on the federal government's terror watch list. This was a CBS News report. The list has nearly doubled in the past 6 years. Millions of migrants illegally crossing our southern border under the Biden administration. This news, little more than a week after the FBI director, which we just explained, said that the threat of violence on our soil is at a whole other level. CBS News, citing court records, government documents, and interviews with more than a dozen current and former intelligence community leaders, reporting this past day, Thursday, that the Consolidated Terrorist Screening Data Set, TSD for short, contains the names of approximately 2 million people the government considers known or suspected terrorists. This list was launched on December 1 of 2003, just over 20 years ago, at which point it included about 120,000 people. By the time of the last publicly confirmed list in 2017, it had swelled to 1,160,000. In addition, the list had nearly doubled in the past 6 years. Now, it doesn't mean they're a terrorist, according to one U.S. intelligence veteran. It means there's something that has led a department or agency to say this person needs a closer look. Insiders in the intelligence community told the media outlet that the government considers it vital to rely on the watch list as part of their early warning system. Agents must have reasonable suspicion to put a person on said list, although the government does not disclose what those suspicions are based on. Officials also neither confirm or deny if an individual is on the list. But those 2 million people who are on that list are there for a reason, according to National Security Council member Monty Hawkins. He added that a vast majority of those listed are not U.S. citizens or legal permanent residents. That's quite the list. 2 million? Back to your calls at 844-844-3388. Right after this, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Turbochargers spool time.
Turbochargers are designed to increase the efficiency and power of the diesel engine by forcing compressed air into the combustion chamber. Temperatures inside the turbo can reach upwards of 400 degrees. The oil meant to lubricate the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. The turbo's ability to spool up quickly is hindered because the stiction-covered bearings can't spin properly. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the stiction from turbo bearings, reducing spool time, and builds maximum boost sooner in the RPM range. Stiction Eliminator is a synthetic cleaner plus nano lubricant that contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator. Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
If that sound gives you nightmares, there's a cheap and easy way to avoid engines not firing. Stable, America's #1 fuel stabilizer, ensures quick and easy starts after storage. Stable's proprietary formula keeps fuel fresh for 2 years, outperforming competitors. Pour Stable in your gas can or directly into the tank of your car, truck, hybrid, boat, ATV, motorcycle, or lawnmower to prevent fuel-related engine problems that cost time and money. When you store, start with Stable.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Real quick before we get back to the calls, one other tidbit in regards to the southern border. This has been the ongoing wrangling in our nation's capital throughout the week. Yeah, the whole Ukraine, $60 billion for Ukraine, $111 billion that the president wants, which Republicans are refusing to offer, refusing to give in unless there's something more done for our southern border. The Senate, U.S. Senate, is expected to delay the start of their holiday break as those talks on border security and providing more aid to Ukraine and Israel continue, according to multiple senators yesterday. John Thune, the number 2 Republican in the Senate, told reporters, we are making progress, and the White House is engaged, cautioning that right now they're still talking concepts. Now, lawmakers said the Senate is slated to return on Monday, delaying the start of their holiday break, as the president's been urging lawmakers to pass this supplemental aid package, $50 billion in new security for Ukraine as it fights off Russia, $14 billion for Israel. Republican House of Representatives Speaker Mike Johnson, as well as Republicans in the Democrat majority Senate, have reportedly said they'll only vote for that aid if it is coupled with new controls for our U.S.-Mexico border. Now, any deal reached in the Senate, which Democrats control, 51-49 majority, would also need to win the approval of the House, which Republicans control. Lawmakers left Washington as scheduled this past day to begin their holiday recess. Now, that would be lawmakers in the House, so the House is not even in session. Chuck Schumer said there's too much on the line for Ukraine, for America, Western democracy to throw in the towel right now. We got to keep talking, got to keep working. If the Senate comes up with something, I don't know, what do you call the House back into order for an emergency session? I'm not sure what they would do in that case, but you got to have both agreeing to the same package. Well, good morning, Eagle. Happy Friday. What's going on out there?
Yeah, how you doing? I just made it back to Texas. Take a couple of days off, and then head back out on the road Monday and try to make it back to Texas before Christmas on that following Monday. I got to try to make some money. Yeah, you know how expensive Christmas is this year. It's
yes,
ridiculous.
Sir. Yes,
Joe
sir.
Biden is. Yeah, Steve, before I get started on the border situation and the terrorist deal that you just talked about a few minutes ago, I wanted to ask you a question. I think I asked you this question last year, and I'm driving, I got a brand new truck right now. I've only had this truck now for about 2 months, and truck has never seen snow and ice. I wanted to ask you, because like I told you, when I was a kid, I used to live up north in Cincinnati and Detroit, Michigan and all that before we moved to Texas. Have you guys received any snow yet in Cincinnati?
No, sir. That is a negative.
Have you had any snow?
No,
huh?
Nothing, no. I haven't even seen any flurries yet.
Yeah, well, that's what I was talking to a guy today about the weather change. That was one of the main reasons why we moved to Texas back in 1980, Steve, when I was a kid. They remember that they had, well, like I said, I was just a kid, but remember they had the blizzard of 79 and 80. There was so much damn snow you couldn't even get out of your house. Mm-hmm. I remember my mom and dad had to shovel their way out. We stayed in an apartment, and we couldn't even get out the apartment complex. It was so much damn snow. And I've talked to other people, other truck drivers that live in the north, and they're telling me the same thing. People that live in Detroit, Michigan, Buffalo, New York, Erie, Pennsylvania, areas that normally have large amounts of snow, they haven't had not one drop of snow this year, Steve. There's not going to be too many people with a white Christmas. I don't know. I think you did the extended forecast, mm-hmm. but I think there's going to be very few. When I was growing up as a kid, I remember we always had a white Christmas when I was growing up in Detroit, Michigan, and Cincinnati, Ohio, back in the 70s. Back in the 70s. So I'm not going to talk about no global warming. I'm not going to say anything about that. But there definitely is some kind of a weather change in what's happening in the world and America, because I like for somebody to explain to me why it doesn't snow anymore in the north. I just wanted to confirm with you if you had any snow in Cincinnati, and you said no.
Not at this point, but it's not.
And
it's not
as
real.
Far as I know,
it's not real unusual for us. Not at this point. I mean, we've had I've lived here most of my life. We've had a few white Christmases, but more often than not, it's not a white Christmas. I mean, really, I'll have to pull up when is our usual first snowfall.
Yeah. Check up on that after I hang up with you, because like I said, I just remember as a kid when I lived up north, and like I told you, I've talked to truck drivers that live in Chicago, and they haven't had no snow in Chicago yet either, as far as I know. So maybe you got some listeners out there that's listening tonight. Maybe they can call in and say let you know if they've received any. So yeah. I think I heard something about they might have snowed in upstate New York, up towards Syracuse, Rochester earlier this week. I think
they had some decent lake effect snows. Buffalo. There were some pretty significant lake effect snows here with that storm a week or so ago. Says here the average date of the first what they call measurable snow for our area is November 29th. The average date for the first inch or more is usually today, December the 15th. We haven't yet seen any, but so we're pretty much right on schedule.
Oh, okay, December the 15th. Okay, yeah. So we'll see how it turns out. Yeah. Maybe I don't want to wish no bad luck on nobody, but yeah, like I say, it's nice. It makes it feel like Christmas.
Sure.
You hear all these songs talking about Christmas songs, talking about a white Christmas this, white Christmas that, and ain't no white Christmas. Well, we definitely ain't gonna have no white Christmas in Texas. But like I told you, Steve, I'm in my last month in Texas anyway, brother. I told you.
Well, let me pause there.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot's Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot's Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. Exergy is the home of the Sportsman line of injectors. These injectors are designed for use in pickup trucks with no other modifications and offer a 15 to 20 horsepower gain while being calibrated to tighter tolerances than factory stock injectors. With the product lineup of injectors from Sportsman to 700% over, pumps from Sportsman to 14 millimeters, and complete engine control systems, Exergy has you covered. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of our many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
USA News Update. President Biden is urging Israel to exercise greater caution in its attacks on Hamas.
I want them to be focused on how to save civilian lives, not stop going after Hamas, but be more careful.
His remarks follow a recent comment to donors where he expressed concern about Israel's indiscriminate bombing and noted a decline in global support for Israel. The ongoing conflict has drawn widespread criticism due to a rising number of civilian casualties. Senators are set to return to Capitol Hill next week to engage in ongoing bipartisan discussions on border policy and aid for Ukraine. Originally slated for a holiday recess at the end of this week, lawmakers have opted to remain in town to advance negotiations and reach a deal before the year's end. A date for demolition has been set for the house where 4 University of Idaho students were killed last year. This is USA News.
President Biden recently released a massive $6 trillion budget, the largest budget in U.S. history. And guess who pays the bill? That's right, you, the American taxpayer. American citizens and business owners will be paying more taxes. That's a fact. And if you owe back taxes, they will be coming after you to collect payments. In fact, President Biden also hired thousands more IRS agents to go after you. If you got a letter from the IRS and you know you owe back taxes or you haven't filed in years, don't put your head in the sand. Call us today. We've saved our customers millions of tax dollars. One quick, free phone call will show you how we can reduce your past tax bill and save you thousands. Guaranteed, or you pay nothing. Call now.
800-511-6046. 800-511-6046. 800-511-6046. That's 800-511-6046.
All right, back at it here. Rolling into a Friday. Is it cliche to say TGIF? I don't care. Thank God it's Friday, right? How do you feel about Vivek Ramaswamy? Kind of counting down the days to the primaries. Iowa. He's going to address the trucking community, Vivek, that is, apparently at the Iowa 80 truck stop, the world's largest truck stop. He announced this past day, on December 21st. That'll be a Thursday of next week. Join me at the Iowa 80, world's largest truck stop, where I will lay out my detailed plan for how we support our truckers and ensure freedom for all. Ramaswamy says truckers are a crucial link in the American supply chain that power America's economy. They're not just haulers of goods. They are the guardians of freedom on our highways. Last year, we watched as the Freedom Convoy in Canada unmasked the perils of government overreach. Speech was censored. Peaceful protests were arrested, and big banks froze personal funds. Those Canadian truckers taught the world a valuable lesson about the power of civil protest against an out-of-control totalitarian government. Now, they say representatives of CDL Drivers Unlimited. I'm not familiar with them. They'll also be in attendance at the event. Ramaswamy said that his administration, if he were to be elected, would focus on promoting driver retention rather than recruiting new drivers. He also claims he and his administration will promote driver safety through comprehensive mental health policies, truck parking safety, and common sense hours of service regulation, and will limit the freedom of CDL drivers as independent contractors and use investigatory power to crack down on broker fraud. Is he trying to be in touch with the everyday American, the trucking community out there? You don't often get a whole lot of attention to the millions in the trucking community when it comes to politics in general, or presidential politics for that matter. Nonetheless, Ramaswamy is still polling right about 5%, 6%, according to the latest polls I've seen out of Iowa. Trump still dominating 50% in the polls, well ahead of DeSantis, Nikki Haley, and Ramaswamy. So be interested to hear what he has to say, though. All right, welcome back, Eagle. Thanks for hanging in there. My apologies.
Yeah. I didn't look at my clock. I didn't know I was close to the bottom of the hour. But yeah, Steve, like I said, man, I'm in my last month in Texas. Unfortunately, I hate to make that move, man, but I told you before, it's not getting better with the border crisis. I live real close to the border. I'm not giving the location due to some of your listeners out there, but yeah, it's only getting worse in the down where I live at. They saying you talk about record numbers of individuals coming in and they carrying all kind of diseases, and they just said just this last week, I think they said over like 150 to 300 Chinese nationals.
Yep.
Now, what the hell is Chinese nationals doing coming into the U.S., Steve? Well, why are these people trying to get into the U.S.? So they're up to no good. So and Biden doesn't seem to give a damn. It's just sad, Steve. I've been talking to you about this for the last 3 years since Biden been in the White House, and ain't a damn thing changed. I think Biden. I don't even think he's been to Texas yet, to the border to check it out. In the 3 years he's been here, it's just embarrassing how he's just basically ignored the situation. Now, Steve, you talked about what country was that in where you said that Hamas was planning an attack on Christians or Jewish? What country was that in? You were talking about
throughout Europe. They had Germany, Denmark, Sweden, numerous countries throughout Europe.
Okay, now you said that those people were waiting on a phone call from the Hamas leader to start attacking these individuals. Now that's the same thing that's happening right here in the U.S.,
Yep.
Steve. It's not a matter of if we're going to have a terrorist attack. It's just a matter of when and where. Those individuals are already in the United States. They've already, thanks to Biden, they've already crossed into the U.S. And all they're waiting on now is a phone call from somebody in the Hamas or some Muslim extremist group to get him to go ahead to make a move. And it can happen in any city in the U.S., New York, Boston, Massachusetts, Los Angeles, California, Atlanta, Georgia. The list goes on and on and on. It can happen in any city in America, brother, because they already here. And it didn't even happen to happen that way, Steve. Like I told you last night, man, I'm just in a state of shock at this point. It seems like Joe Biden is more worried about Ukraine's border than the U.S. border. I never thought Biden would take it to this level, Steve. I never thought he would take it to this level. Like I told you, down where I live at, it's just embarrassing what's going on right now, Steve. When I drive through my town, I see people living on the streets, people sleeping outside. They all over the place. They just basically letting these people. They don't rent out a room. They just basically letting these people come on in, Steve. They get, like you was talking about. They give them a cell phone and a credit card with money on it, and tell them you give them a bus ticket to whatever destination they want to go to, man. I've never been so insulted in my life to see what's going on, Steve. It's really sad. We got to make them. The U.S. people got to make a move, Steve. That's the reason why you see Donald Trump jumping up in the polls, man. People in the U.S. are tired of it. They tired of this what Biden is doing, and it took them a long time to wake up 3 years too late. But a lot of Americans are starting to realize what's going down, and it's not a pretty picture, Steve. I just told you about it happened down in Texas. Just this is the second killing that we had of a young Texas girl under 15, 16 years old that was found dead and was killed by an undocumented alien in this country. A man he stabbed this girl, I think they said 10 to 15 times. Her mother found her in the bathtub. Now, how would you feel to find your daughter dead right before Christmas? What a happy Christmas they gonna have to find out that her daughter is now dead and due to a man that shouldn't have been in the country to begin with. Like I said, Joe Biden has blood on his hands, Steve. A lot of these killings that are taking place, fentanyl. I don't even want to talk about fentanyl. I forgot how many people die every day from the deadly drug fentanyl. Joe Biden, like I said, if he don't want to stop the illegals, Steve, he could try to stop the damn fentanyl from coming in the country. He ain't even trying to stop that. So like I say, he's a lost cause, and it's really sad at this point what's going down. And like I said, hopefully the American people will make a move this year in 2024. We got less than 15 to 20 days left in this year. Hopefully 2024 will turn out to be a year to make America great again. And one other thing before I hang up with you, Steve, I almost forgot about this. Good old LeBron James, one of your boys from Ohio.
Yeah.
He back in the news again. He back in the news again. And you know I had to say something about it because you know how I feel about America. I understand that LeBron James went to his son's basketball game out in California and he refused to stand up for the national anthem in America. LeBron James seems to figure that he has a bad deal. This is a man that's worth over $1 billion, but yet he thinks that the United States of America has screwed him somehow. I got bad news for you, LeBron James, brother. If you feel that way about America, you got more than enough money to get the hell out of the country and don't never come back. Because, see, we don't need people like LeBron James in the U.S. of A, Steve. This guy has money. He's reaped the benefits of living in America and playing a professional sport, and he doesn't even appreciate it. So I have no respect for a man like that. And I say, like I heard an MMA say it. I looked at a TikTok video today, and he called LeBron James out. He's saying what I'm about to say right now. If you don't like America, LeBron James, the door is wide open, my man, and you can hit the door and don't let the door hit you in the ass. And I thank you for taking my call tonight, Steve.
Yes, indeed. Yeah, it was during the national anthem, right, where he took a seat. It is 844-844-3388. See what's going on. Well, Marianne checks in this morning. Hello, Marianne.
Hi. Oh, Steve. How's it going, Steve?
Well, it's Friday. Doing well. You're getting around a little bit, getting to take a walk here and there.
Yeah, they took me out twice yesterday, and one had taken me out, and then here come another one going, like, you want to go for a walk or something? I'm going, oh, okay. And Monday I had my PICC line put in, and so Tuesday, yesterday, they thought I should go out for a walk. And I said, okay, fine, I don't mind getting out of the room. So I said, okay, let's go for it. So I did it.
Well, that's a good
I
thing.
walked it.
All right. Well, they're working on getting you better. That's a good thing.
Yeah, and I got 5 weeks of antibiotic, what do you call that thing? IV to do.
Mm-hmm.
I got to keep doing that. They said the infection is near the spine, so they want to make sure that that's all taken care of. They want to make sure it's they said it was doing good. The draining was good, so that I liked. I didn't like my cold cold room here, but it's better now. It's getting warmer.
Yeah, always seems always seems like it's freezing cold when you're in a hospital.
Yeah, it's like I had to get another blanket. It's like, man, does it have to be that cold? I'm like, man. And I ruined my other word searches I had. I spilled some drink on the other day, and I was like, oh, man. So I had to get another one. I still got one yet. I still got a book full of them. I just wasn't too happy about that. I don't know how I got roped in last Saturday watching in Illinois and a Tennessee basketball game, but I did, and ended up Tennessee ended up clobbering Illinois.
Well, I'm glad
you've been watching any of the football games.
Well, there ain't been much. I don't know. I guess some of those bowl games, maybe it's about time for them to start up, ain't they? If they have played any, I haven't seen any of the bowl games yet, and I'm not a big fan of basketball March Madness, college basketball, when March Madness rolls around, I get kind of excited about that, but not a big basketball fan. I'm looking at the LeBron James story, being slammed for seemingly ignoring the national anthem. Apparently watched his son play in his first collegiate game after his cardiac arrest over the summer. His son collapsed in July in a practice, with the problem later being revealed to be a congenital heart defect. Apparently, LeBron is often on the sideline of his kids' games. Video circulating online. James walks into the arena as the Star-Spangled Banner was playing, immediately sits in his chair while failing to remove his hat, which is customary during the national anthem. In that video, it says he can be seen standing towards the end. I don't know, the clip was taken by Orange County Register reporter Luca Evans, who posted it on X. It was eventually picked up by internet personality Colin Rugg, who shared it on his account, adding, LeBron James casually walks into the basketball arena while the national anthem is playing and takes a seat. Zero respect for the country that gave him the opportunity to be a basketball star. Zero respect for the country that allowed him to become a billionaire. Zero respect for the men and women who defend our country so he can live his life. Shameful was the post. It was also picked up by other X users, captioning, LeBron completely ignores the national anthem and sits down. All right. It is the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel fuel cetane levels.
In many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Did you know gas goes bad in as little as 30 days? Bad gas can cause rough starts, poor performance, or no starts at all. Stable, America's #1 fuel stabilizer, ensures quick and easy starts after storage. Stable's proprietary formula keeps fuel fresh for 2 years, outperforming competitors. Whether it's your car, truck, boat, lawnmower, leaf blower, weed trimmer, ATV, motorcycle, or anything else with an engine, when you store, start with Stable.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Hey, shout out to Dirty Harry, who who checks in says, good morning, Steve, and the trucking family. Just saying hello to everybody. Have a great weekend. Double R. Morning, Steve. Heading out west before we'll head home for the holiday season. Everybody be safe and, happy holidays to all. 5-7 there in South Carolina said we're talking, they're calling for 3 inches of rain this weekend here in the low country of South Carolina. Yep. Lauren Weeks, 2-time world champion bull hauler, 25 degrees Boone, North Carolina tonight. Here in a few hours, my powerful chrome-plated cow truck will be loaded like a freight train. We'll be headed west like that top-selling Meatloaf album, Bat Out of Hell. A special Tar Heel shout-out to the trucking icon Hall of Famer, the Carolina Monkey Gouger. And there's Kevin just saying hello. Good morning, Steve, and the overnight crew. Well, a former Navy pilot says he broke the laws of Iowa this past day to obey the laws of God. Michael Cassidy vandalized a display put up in the Iowa State Capitol by the Satanic Temple, according to the Sentinel. The display featured a ram's head on a caped mannequin. Cassidy apparently took the ram's head, tossed it in the trash, and knocked the statue over. He faces a 4th-degree criminal mischief charge. Cassidy says, I saw this blasphemous statue and was outraged. My conscience is held captive to the Word of God, not to bureaucratic degree. So I acted. His words recall those of Martin Luther in his defense of the Diet of Worms in 1521, when he said, my conscience is taken captive by God's word. Now, Cassidy said his goal was to awaken Christians to the anti-Christian acts promoted by our government. Anti-Christian values have steadily been mainstreamed more and more in recent decades, and Christians have largely acted like the proverbial frog in the boiling pot of water. Cassidy also argued that the display was not legitimate free speech. The world may tell Christians to submissively accept the legitimization of Satan, but none of the founders would have considered government sanction of satanic altars inside Capitol buildings as protected by the First Amendment. Cassidy's attorney said his client was motivated by his faith to peacefully protest a display that is a direct affront to God. It's my hope that the citation will be dismissed when my client's actions are understood and that he will not face prosecution because of his faith. Now, they say this display was erected with permission earlier this month, which many were outraged. Republican State Representative Brad Sherman called for the removal. It is a tortured and twisted interpretation of law that affords Satan, who is universally understood to be the enemy of God, religious expression equal to God in an institution of government that depends upon God for continued blessings, he said. Now, such a legal view not only violates the very foundation of our state constitution, but it offends the God upon whom we depend and undermines our well-being. Republican State Representative John Dunwell thought the display should remain, noting the contradiction between faith and free speech. As a follower of Christ, I certainly find a display from the Satanic Temple objectionable. It stands in direct opposition to my faith and would be classified as evil, he says. As an Iowan and state representative, I don't want the state evaluating and making determinations about religions. I am guided by the First Amendment of the U.S. Constitution. Now, in a Tuesday statement, Republican Governor Kim Reynolds called the display absolutely objectionable, but said that in a free society, the best response to objectionable speech is more speech. I don't know, I guess, well, let's talk about it. Very interesting. We'll see what comes of that. What kind of, I don't know, what's he possibly facing for that offense? Real quick, as we'll roll toward top of the hour. News break coming up here. Eskimo Mom will be checking in. There's Knuckle Buster on board here on a Friday, and plenty of room for you at 844-844-3388. Earlier this week, Wednesday, officials reopened a South Dakota port of entry after some major upgrades to that facility. It is the updated port of entry on eastbound I-90 near Tilford, South Dakota. It had been closed for about a year to make upgrades and technology as part of a joint effort between the South Dakota DOT and the Highway Patrol. Captain John Stahl oversees the POE stations, the port of entry stations. By working with the DOT, we were able to replace aging and outdated equipment with new technology, he says. This new facility focuses using electronic pre-screening of trucks and an indoor inspection building to reduce downtime for drivers and gets them back on the road faster, which the result is a safer highway for everyone. This is the last of 4 South Dakota ports of entry to receive said upgrades. Top of the hour, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. Exergy is the home of the Sportsman line of injectors. These injectors are designed for use in pickup trucks with no other modifications and offer a 15 to 20 horsepower gain while being calibrated to tighter tolerances than factory stock injectors. With a product lineup of injectors from Sportsman to 700% over, pumps from Sportsman to 14 millimeters, and complete engine control systems, Exergy has you covered. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of our many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News, I'm Dave Collins. President Biden is urging Israel to exercise greater caution in its attacks on Hamas.
I want them to be focused on how to save civilian lives, not stop going after Hamas, but be more careful.
His remarks follow a recent comment to donors where he expressed concern about Israel's indiscriminate bombing and noted a decline in global support for Israel. The ongoing conflict has drawn widespread criticism due to a rising number of civilian casualties. President Biden laying out how the Inflation Reduction Act is capping prescription drug costs.
While at the National Institutes of Health in Maryland on Thursday, President Biden announced Medicare enrollees could save on dozens of medications under a law penalizing pharmaceutical companies if they raise prices faster than the rate of inflation.
In the year before we passed this legislation, drug makers jacked up prices nearly 4 times faster than inflation went up, and they were already too high. Let's call this for what it is. It's a ripoff.
The president said lowering drug costs is not just about health care, it's about dignity and security. The White House estimates the move could cut costs for about 750,000 seniors. I'm John Schaefer.
Senators are set to return to Capitol Hill next week to engage in ongoing bipartisan discussions on border policy and aid for Ukraine. Originally slated for a holiday recess at the end of this week, lawmakers have opted to remain in town to advance negotiations and reach a deal before the year's end. 2 people have been arrested in connection with 7 elementary school kids in Virginia who got sick eating gummy bears that had come in contact with fentanyl. It was determined that a child brought the gummy bears from home and a search warrant was executed. Clifford Dugan was arrested and held without bond, charges on 2 counts, including contributing to the delinquency, abuse of a child. Also arrested was Nicole Sanders. This is USA News.
Omaha Steaks is rewriting the book on burgers with an all-new handmade texture for the juiciest home-style burgers you've ever tasted. Their pure ground burgers are made from single cuts of real, aged Omaha steaks. These are truly steaks on a bun. Filet mignon, ribeye, New York strip, sirloin, and even brisket burgers. Now is the time to experience the exclusive Burger Perfection Flight for just $79.99. Go to omahasteaks.com and use promo code TREAT at checkout to get an extra $20 off your order, plus free shipping. You'll get 4 of each pure ground burger, so you can sample all the steak on a bun greatness. These burgers are crafted for a juicier, more tender experience, making your mouth water with every single bite. Don't wait. Go to omahasteaks.com, use promo code TREAT at checkout, and get $20 off the Burger Perfection Flight and discover your new burger obsession. Minimum order may be required.
Tech and healthcare workers lead in job dissatisfaction as per a pay scale report on over 770,000 U.S. workers. Senior product managers top the list with 66% intending to quit despite a $144,000 median salary. Phlebotomists rank second with 62% seeking new opportunities. Other jobs with dissatisfied workers who are preparing to quit include line cooks, patient care technicians, emergency room nurses, and cybersecurity analysts. Expelled from the House, former New York Congressman George Santos is expanding his side hustles. The ousted Republican is introducing a subscription-based tell-all page on the social media platform X. Additionally, Santos is creating personalized videos on the Cameo platform, offering insights into Congress, the media, and certain celebrities for a monthly fee of $7. Retiring from Congress, former House Speaker Kevin McCarthy bid farewell in his final speech on the House floor earlier today.
Thank you for ever giving me this opportunity to serve you. To America, I loved every single day.
The California Republican expressed gratitude to his constituents for the opportunity to serve in the chamber. McCarthy urged lawmakers to prioritize doing the right thing, even if it involves risking their positions. Earlier this year, McCarthy faced removal as Speaker due to disagreements with conservative Republicans over concessions made to Democrats on a government spending bill. Dave Collins, USA News.
Have you ever picked up a towel set because it felt really soft in the store, but then when you go to use it, it's not very absorbent? That's why MyPillow has developed the MyPillow towels. Towels that work. The 6-piece towel set includes 2 bath towels, 2 hand towels, and 2 washcloths. And right now you can receive a 6-piece set for only $39.98 with promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com, click on the radio listener special, and enter promo code USA, or call 800-951-8175. That's MyPillow.com, promo code USA.
Let's face it, winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. You know what I'm talking about. The hard, cold starts, rough idling, and fuel gelling. Avoid these problems by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense. EDT Plus Winter Defense is a concentrated 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that prevents gelling and improves engine performance in the coldest of climates. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens, increases fuel economy and winter operation operability, plus the lubricity protection of LX4 to extend fuel system life. With EDT Plus Winter Defense, you can be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense is available at Pilot Flying J truck stops, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
All right, good morning to Kentucky Ken. How we doing there? On board. Good morning, Overnight Drive crew. Mr. Summers, happy Friday. Hopefully everybody has safe travels indeed. Kentucky Ken is listening in. Coming up this hour, a little story about Lost in Space. Where are they? Not one, not two, but apparently we've lost 3 satellites. Where are they? Stick around for that. Let me get back to the calls as we get another hour underway. Hello, Eskimo Mom.
Happy Friday, Steve.
Happy Hump Day.
Thank you. And Brandon, happy Monday to you. If he's not delivering at one of his stores, but start off with, it is 6 days till winter, 95 days till spring. And I was going to chime in with Eagle about mentioning about all the snow and everything. Over there towards, when I had to go to Columbus here earlier this week, something like that, they did have a little bit of snow over that way, but it's just been nothing. We've been really blessed this year so far. Mm-hmm. But thanks to the El Nino that we have going on. We should being in our territory, we cannot hold our breath with winter. We need to take all these nice days, bottle them up while we still can, because we all know, a lot of us already know that we never know what winter's going to throw at us.
January and February, and yes, it is an El Nino. We've had La Nina winters for the past several. El Nino winters tend to bring much milder winters historically to much of the Midwest and even parts of the Great Lakes region, if I understand correct.
Yep, but if I remember right, I am right out of the Dayton market. And our local meteorologists, they did like a little profile, like the El Nino years. With us, El Nino's generally mild, but every now and some years we don't hardly have any snow, but some years we get a lot of snow. But it goes back and forth. We just never know.
Right.
But that's the local joke around where we all live is wait 5 minutes, the weather's going to change.
Bingo. All right, Eskimo Mom. Well, hey, good to hear from you. Thanks for checking in, and appreciate the update earlier on the I-65 down in Kentucky thing there. What is it, Horse Cave, Kentucky. See what kind of baloney we got this morning. Knuckle Buster. Come on, there you go. Take 2. Click of the mouse. Morning, Knuckle Buster.
There we go. Morning, Mr. C. Summers. I didn't hear no beat, but I was still saying morning there. And I said, all right, well, we'll get it on there. But, the winter solstice is what, 21st, 22nd. We're right on top of it there. Yep. So, but we don't sing "I'm Dreaming of a White Christmas" down there in Mississippi. We sing "I'm Dreaming of a Hot Sunny Christmas," just like the ones we used to know, right? And that's the way it always is. Now, occasionally we get a rare snow in December. I think last year, or might have been the year before last, that we got that blizzard thing. It wasn't no blizzard. It was just bone chilling cold down there around 0. So, and I've seen it get -4 there in Memphis. I was turning the corner going to the yard, and there was one of them working girls standing out there on the corner, Steve. I said, man, that must be some hot stuff there, buddy.
Wow.
Oh, anyway. Yeah, I know it. Well, you know, when you're on dope, you probably don't even feel it there, right?
Correct.
So, I don't know. It's getting crazy out here. People are messing with me all the time. You know, I catch up to them and start to pass them. I was wondering if I missed a memo to slow down there. I'm driving the speed limit, but I don't know if anybody put a memo out, slow down, drive less than the speed limit. So anyway, it's they start messing with me, but as soon as I pass them, well, then they want to speed up, gas on it, and then slow down again, then speed up on me, so hang me out in the left lane there. You know, I just picked up the cell phone called Star 277. That puts me right in touch with the Arkansas State Police, and I got that trailer tag off of it. The one tonight I did, I got his trailer tag. I couldn't get his truck tag. I got about halfway up there around him. He just wanted the gas on it and go on and slowed down again. He done that about 3 or 4 times. After about the third or fourth time, I'm not going to mess with you. I just do what I got to do. And I told him on the CB radio I'd called in on him there, and he slowed down and let me go right on. See, no problem. So, and I usually tell him I got that camera up there in the window recording all of it. If you want me to send a copy of that to him, I can.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, but you were right on the driver assistance, because that's what it says on my dash there, driver assistance. And that's it. This is not an autonomous truck. You got to get your hands on that steering wheel in order to keep it in the road. It has a lane departure warning. It'll has a collision warning too. It'll slam on them brakes before it lets you hit something. And I like that part of it, because I don't like being in no wreck. Too much damn paperwork involved in it there, right?
No doubt.
Yep. So anyway, I gotta go this weekend and finish up my mama's will. They're distributing the money, so no, I'm not gonna be a millionaire out of it either. So I don't know. We'll see what she left me. My sister's been in charge of all that, so I'll just do what the lawyer says and go from there.
Yep.
You know, them lawyers are supposed to be pretty smart people, but I don't know about all that either. Most of them politicians up there are lawyers too. So. Well, I'm going to back on out of here and get quiet. I'm headed back down there to Austin. Well, actually, I'm going to College Station, Bryan area down there outside of Austin there, down there by the University of Texas there. So maybe I'll get a chance to run into, what's his name, Manning down there, Arch Manning. Yeah, he's named after Archie. So I got a granddaughter named after my mama, and I like that part of it. My mama did too, so. All right, Steve, have a good morning. We'll call back that loneliest hour, buddy.
Here it is, Casual
See if we
Friday.
can't wind this thing.
There you go. Wind it up and head to the house, as they say. All right. Among the over 100 satellites that launched on board SpaceX's Transporter 9 mission, 3 failed to deploy, and their current whereabouts are unknown. In-space transportation company Momentus recently announced that 3 out of the 5 satellites it launched on board a Falcon 9 back on November 11th presumably did not deploy from the rocket's upper stage. Momentus supported 5 payloads for 4 different customers and confirmed the deployment of 2 satellites, Hello Test 1 and 2. The Turkish company Hello Space while the 3 remaining satellites apparently failed to be released. The 3 lost satellites are known as AMAN-1, AMAN-1, an Earth observation satellite for Poland's SatRev. Then you've got Jinjusat, Jinjusat-1, another Earth observation satellite for South Korea's Contek, and Picacho, a communications prototype satellite for a Tucson startup company, Lunasonde. Things were presumably going well for Lunasonde after the company received initial telemetry data from Picacho and assumed that its satellite was successfully in orbit. Although the telemetry was relatively weak, given its characteristics and without having the benefit of knowing there was an anomaly in the deployment, Lunasonde determined the signals were from Picacho. The company wrote in an email statement, Lunasonde surmises that the only way these signals would be sent would be through the deployment of the antenna. That company is now trying to locate and communicate with its lost satellite. To our knowledge, a situation such as this, where there are no clear indications of exactly what transpired, is unprecedented, according to Lunasonde's CEO. Therefore, we feel the right thing to do is assume the satellite is in orbit. It is incumbent upon us to try and locate this thing. Now, the prototype satellite was meant to usher in the development of a constellation of microsatellites that use low-frequency radar to map minerals and other resources beneath the Earth's surface. For the latest transporter mission, Momentus used a deployer from an unidentified third party to deliver the satellites to orbit rather than its in-house Vigoride tug. Since the satellites didn't need additional maneuvering, the company is now running on ongoing investigation on what went wrong with the deployment of these small satellites. SpaceX, they do tell us, continues to see a lot of demand for their small satellite rideshare missions. Transporter 9 actually carried 113 payloads, little satellites, 90 of which deployed directly from the Falcon 9 rocket, while the remaining satellites were deployed from an orbital transfer vehicle. I guess so. We've got some little satellites out there. We don't know where. What length of time it might take for them to drop back and, I guess, just burn up in the Earth's atmosphere, I'm not sure. But it is 844-844-3388, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, PowerStroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SUMMERS10. Doc's Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Well, here comes a Friday. There you go, TGIF. What's Grump got going on this morning? Hello, Grump.
Missing a couple of satellites in. How you doing, buddy?
Good.
I'll tell you what, the way my damn luck's been, I'll be digging one out of the hood of my truck. They had a reefer conk out on me. I had to go 100 miles out of my way to get it fixed. And then I went up to this place. It's a new facility, and I mean it's a big carrier unit, big shop, a big, massive place. And they're supposed to be open till midnight. They were open 24 hours, and then they changed to midnight. Well, I got there at 8 o'clock tonight, and damn place is all locked up. Nobody was there. Well, the guy sent me a message, and they had lights on in the bay. And the guy sent me a message, text, and he said, just go in the side door. They're probably in the break room. Just go in the side door and up the steps there and yell at them and tell them you're there. And there's supposed to be 3 or 4 techs there. And so I parked, and I walked over that door and opened it up the steps, and I hollered out and said, yeah, anybody up here? Nobody answered. So I thought, well, what the heck? So I walked back down. And I called the guy, and I said, there's nobody here. And he said, nobody's there. I said, no. And he said, well, I'm on my way. I'll be there in a few minutes. I said, all right. So I'm standing there outside my truck, kind of just walking around out in the parking lot, and I needed an alternator on my reefers while I was there. It was going out. And I'm looking around seeing all these flashing lights, all these cops. And I'm like, boy, here come the popo. They're going to whip somebody's damn butt, Guess where they turned in at, Steve? And I was sitting there going, this is odd. They come pulling up. Dude hops out, and he goes, hold on there, sir. And I'm standing there, and I'm eating a piece of jerky. And I said, a problem? The guy said, yeah, we got a burglar. The alarm went off here at this facility. And I said, really? And he said, was you inside? And I said, yeah, I went in that side door. I showed him that text. I said, the guy told me to go in that side door. So he just laughed. All of them left, and he checked, kind of opened the door up and stuff.
Yeah.
He said, you go up inside? And I said, I just stepped up the steps and hollered at them. They, I didn't go in any of the rooms or anything, but they said, okay. So we stood around there and waited on the guy to get there. But I said, man, it's just about the way my damn luck's been going right now. Last night I spent half the night out on the highway. That ended about 3:20 this morning. When they finally opened it back up so we could go. But I think there was 2 fatalities in that truck wreck. And it just, man, I don't know, man, I tell you what. But this border situation, I don't understand for the life of me why in the world there is the governors of these states, the border states, are not given authorization for the sheriffs to deputize more people. And if the government, if Joe Biden and the government's not going to do their job, why in the hell are we turning them loose? I mean, if they catch them, inside the enterprise zones, where they're coming in at, which is 25 miles within the border. I don't see why they just don't march their ass back to the border and make them go back through somewhere else. I mean, like Laredo or something like that. Just take them to the gate and say, back in Mexico you go. It's obvious that the federal government has failed us in that regard. I know that the Constitution itself on illegal search and seizures is suspended when you're within 25 miles of the border. So, and the reason being is because they believe that it's been like this for, ever since the early 1900s. There was an act that was submitted on that, but it was there were several people tried to sue the government or tried to sue for illegal search and seizure, and every time the Supreme Court said, no, you cannot do that. It's, you may have come into this country illegally, so that part of the Constitution does not apply. It's for people that readily just cross the border. And if you remember, Trump got sued because he was doing the what the hell was that called there? I can't remember what the hell it's called now, but it's where they basically have no money or anything and come in here, and they can't. If immigrants come across the border, whether legal or illegal, have absolutely no money in their pockets whatsoever, they're not to be taken care of. Basically, it's. I'll have to look that up and get you that statute on that. But Trump was suing under that and was winning. And then a couple of liberal judges that were not in border states decided to intervene in that and say, that rule hasn't been used in years and blah, blah, blah. Well, hell, neither has a couple of the other rules that he was sued under, so, but yet they didn't have a problem with that. And I don't see why in the world why governors can't use those rules, right now and try to get, charge of their states again. Because when you got that many people pouring across, it just, I don't know. It's like Jay Johnson said, if you got 1,000 people that comes across the border, it overwhelms the system. We're having, 10,000 a day come across. And it just seems like that damn idiot in the White House is just giddy about that. He's just so thankful that we're going to have more liberal voters, coming in. Well, if you shut off the EBT cards and you shut off the phones and you do every damn thing else, you criminalize crossing our border the way it is written in the Constitution, then I guarantee you they're not going to come here. If there's nothing for them to cross that border for, they're going to stay wherever they're going to stay at. But, I agree about all the Chinese that's coming over here. We have given away this country to China. I mean, look at California, all the businesses that are owned by China. Look at some of our food, like, was it JBS? They're a Chinese company now, which is one of the largest pork producers in the world, if not the largest. Well, they're owned by China, and just so many office buildings and different things in California that was bought up by different China consortiums.
And they continue buying land, and some states are trying to put an end to that, but hold the thought there. We got to pause for news break. Bottom of the hour, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News Update. President Biden is urging Israel to exercise greater caution in its attacks on Hamas.
I want them to be focused on how to save civilian lives, not stop going after Hamas, but be more careful.
His remarks follow a recent comment to donors where he expressed concern about Israel's indiscriminate bombing and noted a decline in global support for Israel. The ongoing conflict has drawn widespread criticism due to a rising number of civilian casualties. Senators are set to return to Capitol Hill next week to engage in ongoing bipartisan discussions on border policy and aid for Ukraine. Originally slated for a holiday recess at the end of this week, lawmakers have opted to remain in town to advance negotiations and reach a deal before the year's end. A date for demolition has been set for the house where 4 University of Idaho students were killed last year. This is USA News.
President Biden recently released a massive $6 trillion budget, the largest budget in U.S. history. And guess who pays the bill? That's right, you, the American taxpayer. American citizens and business owners will be paying more taxes. That's a fact. And if you owe back taxes, they will be coming after you to collect payments. In fact, President Biden also hired thousands more IRS agents to go after you. If you got a letter from the IRS and you know you owe back taxes or you haven't filed in years, don't put your head in the sand. Call us today. We've saved our customers millions of tax dollars. One quick, free phone call will show you how we can reduce your past tax bill and save you thousands. Guaranteed, or you pay nothing. Call now.
800-511-6046. 800-511-6046. 800-511-6046. That's 800-511-6046.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret's Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged the Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at hotshotsecret.com. That's proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
All right, back on a Friday, TGI. We left off there talking to Trump and talking about the numbers crossing the border, 2.4 million in fiscal year 23. I mean, the Senate's sticking around in Washington, and part of their discussions, it's hard to believe, they're actually talking about, well, they're contemplating maybe capping the number that can cross on a given day to 5,000. You know, once 5,000 have crossed, that's it for the day. Like, well, that's a big step in the right direction.
Yeah, that idiot. That was the Public Charge Act that I was trying to think of, and it's been around since about 1909, I think, when it was. And what it basically says is, at any time, an immigrant, legal or illegal, relies on public charge, they are deported right away. And it's happened. Now, Trump was, he was sending them home wholesale over that. They come here empty pockets and things like that before they'd let them loose in the country. They would go ahead and deport them. But there was a professor that I was reading an article there, Steve. His name was I think it was Ilya Soman or something like that. He I think he was out of George Mason University or something like that. He writes a lot of articles, and he was part of the Cato Institute, just different things, but he writes these articles about the Constitution being illegal. The immigration laws that reside within the Constitution are illegal.
Mm-hmm.
They are unconstitutional. He says that you're holding people, you're charging people, you're detaining people without due process, and that's illegal. And that it basically they have the right to enter this country. Well, we also have sovereignty laws that prevents that. And as a sovereign nation, you're supposed to ring the damn bell before you open the door and come in. But it just hasn't happened. And we've had so many of these damn liberals that step up there saying, well, there was that many or more coming across the border when Trump was in office. Bull. Trump brought it down so damn low that it wasn't even measurable. I mean, they had so few people trying to cross the border at that time because of the things that was happening with Mexico. They were actually working together with the Mexican army, and I think Trump pretty much told them at one point in time, we're going to be sending a bunch of containers back. We're going to be closing the borders down, at the checkpoints and things like that, searching every truck, every car, everybody that comes through. Well, Abbott started that, last year. He started that, or 2 years ago, I guess it was. He started that and, lining up containers and was checking trucks and things like that outside of the trade zone. And Mexico just had a fit. They said, you're clogging up, our products getting in, to the states and things like that. So they swore up and down they would work with the United States. Well, they did. They just, basically pulled everybody off. Now, how in the hell is it that they got people?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, we got our Border Patrol that is standing there on that Rio Grande, and they have these coyotes, and the cartels are sending people up there. They're armed to the teeth. They get people right up to the border, have them swim across or whatever the hell they do, and they stand there and they give our people the finger or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
And Mexico is standing there and allowing that to happen. They're just basically walking through with impunity. I don't know, man. I tell you, I know blue states are not going to say a damn word. They're going to cry about it when Abbott and other governors send illegal busloads to New York City or Chicago or wherever, and they think they need to reside in Texas. Well, Texas is a big damn state, but there's absolutely no way in the world that the infrastructure of Texas could support 8 million new faces that has just crossed the border, and that nobody knows how many damn gotaways there are.
Yep.
So I think if I was the governor of Texas, I would just be marching people's ass right back to the border and sending them back across, and would do so until the U.S. Marshals come down and said, you cannot do that no more. You have to stop. I'd deputize every damn body that didn't have a job. I'm serious. If just get the posses to go on, just like old Sheriff Joe did. He had them big posses that go out and, catch gangs, catch illegals and things like that. Hell, they got to do something. I mean, this country is just, we're just giving it away. It doesn't make any sense to me anymore whatsoever how things in this country has just turned so bad so fast. And people can talk about Donald Trump till the cows come home, but by golly, it started under Barack Obama. It was him who started, so much of the immigration crap. I mean, he got up there and talked his smack just like everybody else. We can't have all these people coming across. And then just turning around saying, all right, come on across. As long as you vote Democrat, you can come in. It's I don't know. It's ridiculous. People talk about, well, they can't vote. The hell they can't. They're voting in local elections right now. Under motor voter laws, and they're changing the outlook of congressional seats by so many that is being put in cities and things like that. And that's another reason why a lot of the Democrats want them in their cities, because they can add more Democratic seats. During this, when the census comes around and does a head count and says, well, you got all these, you got this many more people. Well, the hell, let's jack your seats up. That gives you 3 more congressional seats or whatever.
The redistricting.
They want that. That's why they're doing this. Yeah, for redistricting. And until we get a president that has the stomach for just sending people's back home, and I hate the word comprehensive immigration reform. I cannot stand that. All that is just code for more people. Hell, we let 1 million in right now, and it ought to be based on the jobs. And that 1 million was people with visas and stuff for permanent residency. Now, when you look at what used to happen when we had growers and people like that in California and Texas would go to the border and escort the migrants, that was legal. I mean, they would certify everything right there. They'd bring them into the country. They would go help pick the crops, do whatever. They made a handsome salary or got paid handsomely for it. And then when they were done, they'd march their butts back. Well, now they come across the border. If they had to do that now, the first damn thing that's going to happen is they're going to disappear into the system. They're going to, be gone. They're going to be on a construction crew somewhere. But until we implement E-Verify, which not one damn congressional member is standing up fighting for that, after all the crap that they said, I don't care if you're Republican or Democrat, they're not doing it. Until we start criminalizing businesses that take on illegal help, because all they're doing is, in their own words, exploiting it. So until all those changes, are made, this is what we got. This is what we're going to be dealing with. And I don't know, man. Like I said, I'm just tired of my tax dollars going for the stupidest stuff. Like I said, last night I looked at Zelensky when he brought his sorry butt over here. He's still here as far as I know. I don't think he's went back, but showed up on the congressional floor to make his little speech wearing in a T-shirt. What kind of damn disrespect is that? I mean, seriously. When they made Fetterman wear a suit. Get
right,
the suit.
Right.
But this jackass, he comes, from Ukraine, lecturing us on why we need to give him more money. We don't need to give him a damn thing. As far as I'm concerned, Russia could wipe Ukraine off the face of the damn earth, or vice versa. That's how much I care about either or. And the last thing we need is our people dying or bleeding or any damn thing else for any more of these countries like that. A message needs to be said, and that's just the way it is. It's never going to happen until you get another person that thinks like Trump did. If it's Trump, fine. If it's not, I hope to hell they think like Trump did and start calling all these countries out and these wars out and every damn thing else. These neocons like Lindsey Graham, and Nikki Haley and people like that just has to have a war to fight, because that's how they get their money, through so many contractors and such, and there's no end to these morons, until we have somebody that says we're going to take care of Americans first, and what the hell is wrong with MAGA? Make America great again. I mean, they have turned that into some vile, nasty, it just turns your stomach to listen to that crap. It's like, damn, do you not want America to be great again? Because it sure as hell ain't now.
I just can't help but wonder. When I was talking earlier about the number of people on the terror watch list, I wonder if how many megas you think are on the terror watch list, because some have tried to designate mega Republicans as the greatest threat to the country.
Yeah, to democracy.
Democracy.
That's Yeah, that's the big phrase now. It's Donald Trump is going to destroy democracy. He didn't do it the first round. I mean, hell, we had our tax rates were the marginal tax rates were lowered. We had everybody in NATO were forking over more damn money. We had 1,200 people, or I think we had about 2,000 actually in Afghanistan. Nobody was bothering them because nobody wanted to get their asses blown up over there. After he wiped out the caliphate, you didn't hear a lot of crap coming out of Afghanistan and different places. There wasn't that many. How many bombs flew through the air in North Korea when Donald Trump was there? One. Right there in the very beginning, they wrote their little love letters back and forth. He said, knock it off. We're not going to stand for this. And China, they were put on a short leash. They hated it, but they were there. It just, every damn thing that has happened that Trump did when he was in office, the first day Joe Biden got his little executive order book out and he changed every damn thing there. If Trump did it, he undone it. And this is where we're at right now, paying this high-ass gas prices and grocery bills where you can't hardly buy a damn steak anymore. If this guy right here doesn't believe that we need to make America great again, then he's a damn fool. That's all I can tell him. That's a narrative. And anybody that believes that garbage are just as foolish. That's all I got, man. I just can't wrap my mind around these morons that thinks that this country should not be the greatest country on earth. We should not kowtow to people like Zelensky when he comes over in his damn T-shirt, looking like he just come from a Taylor Swift concert. Going, hey, I need some more money. Hold my hand out. I need more money. Like I need to get out here and work my ass off more so that dumbass can have a couple more missiles and another villa or whatever the hell he's got in the south of France. Which, by the way, there's a lot of the oligarchs from Ukraine buying them up. They had an article on that. And it's the compliments of the American tax dollar. When they're going over there paying cash for these things in dollar bills, it's coming from us. But, hey, what do we do? Let's get out and vote and get rid of these morons, all I know to do. But anyway, thanks for taking my call tonight, Steve, and you have a good one, buddy.
On a Friday morning, yeah, thank you much. Grump, have a good one. Thank you. It's the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
turbocharger spool time.
Turbochargers are designed to increase the efficiency and power of the diesel engine by forcing compressed air into the combustion chamber. Temperatures inside the turbo can reach upwards of 400 degrees. The oil meant to lubricate the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. The turbo's ability to spool up quickly is hindered because the stiction-covered bearings can't spin properly. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the stiction from turbo bearings, reducing spool time, and builds maximum boost sooner in the RPM range. Stiction Eliminator is a synthetic cleaner plus nano-lubricant that contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator. Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
About 25% of your trucking business revenue goes to paying for fuel. Most fleet cards promise big discounts, but charge hefty fees and limit where you can fuel up. Well, it's time for a change. The Bobtail Zero MasterCard is the zero-fee way to save money and control your fuel spending. Bobtail Zero charges nothing in fees and can be used anywhere MasterCard is accepted. Approval can take just minutes. Apply now at bobtail.com and take back control of your business. The Bobtail Zero MasterCard is issued by Bancorp Bank N.A. MasterCard and the Circles design are registered trademarks of MasterCard International Incorporated.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
That was kind of wild in New Jersey. A bull that was on the run, on the lam, delayed a New Jersey transit train Actually, the service between Newark, New Jersey and New York's Penn Station for like 45 minutes this past morning. Officers were alerted to the horned beast, a bull, running down the tracks at Newark Penn Station about 10:30 yesterday morning. Officers from several agencies eventually managed to corner the bull, trapped it inside a fence. A bull was then tranquilized and will be taken to a nearby animal sanctuary. According to the NBC New York, no injuries, but it remains unclear how the bull got into the station in the first place. But the footage shows the bull casually trotting down the track as commuters. Everybody's whipping out their phone trying to record what's going on here. Look out the window. There it was, just kind of trotting down the track here. Yeah, I thought maybe it was like a Red Bull promotion kind of stunt or something, considering the stadium's right there. But yeah, there he is just trotting along, trying to figure out where he came from. Perhaps, shockingly, this isn't the first time a bull has blocked traffic in the New York metro area. Back in 21, a bull that was set to be slaughtered actually escaped from a farm and ran onto Sunrise Highway in Long Island, forcing that to close down for a period of time. Double R?
Steve, how you doing?
Happy Friday.
Yeah, same to you, bud. How you been?
Doing all right. She's driving me nuts. She's driving me nuts, trying to make me decorate and shop, and I'll be.
Oh, I can only imagine.
Yes. So one final trip out to the West Coast.
We've got some very high dollar cars on here that. I can't think the designer that built the Batmobile. What's his last? Barry, I think it's his last name, or something like that. I'm having a brain fart here, but the car that we have on here is an AMC Ram, or American Motors AMC Ram, AMC Joblin, and it was in a movie, and I think they got a price tag on this thing for over $1 million, but. Anyhow, he's got two of them on here. We got the original, and then we have a drag car, Cougar, that he built, and they're going to be on display or going across the auction block there at Barrett Jackson in January, I believe.
Mm-hmm.
But we're carrying them out west there to drop them off. But it's always good to listen to Grump. I admire him. I always have. That man talks good sense, you know what? So, but anyhow, I didn't lose you, did I?
No, so once you drop those off, you'll get home in time for Christmas, though.
Well, I don't know if the word "in time" for Christmas, because ain't no telling what the hell they'll come up with, but we're headed out that way. They said they'll get us home by the 22nd. That's when our vacation starts, so we'll see what happens.
Mm-hmm.
We're going to use up the rest of our vacation. We'll supposedly supposed to be home on the 22nd and come back out on the 3rd. So we'll see what happens.
That'll get you a few days at the home 20.
Yeah, we need it by all means. But Steve, that politician that was talking about Iowa 80. What's his name?
Ramaswamy. Vivek Ramaswamy.
Yeah. Is he the clown that's going to I-80?
That's correct. Like next Thursday, I think it is, 21st. Yes.
What the hell is he going to do? I mean, if we stop and think, Ted Cruz. Back when we had this convoys and stuff, Ted Cruz stood up with the one of the leaders of the convoy.
Yeah.
And they promised all kinds of crap. They did not get one thing done for the trucking industry that I could even think of. I mean, am I lying? Am I right or
no,
wrong?
you are correct. Yes, I mean, and it was Ted Cruz and 2 or 3 other representatives. I mean, everybody at the time, everybody's like, "Look, hey, we're actually we're being listened to. We might actually get something done here." And of course, it's all
right.
It's lip service. That you come in and say, "All right, thank you guys, have a great day, and I'll get the hell out of here."
Yep, absolutely, and that's what this clown's going to end up doing at Iowa 80. It's going to be like the Ringling Brothers Circus, and all the truck drivers are going to be the clowns, and this clown politician is going to be the ringleader, and he's going to go in there and he's going to promise them the world and let them cry and all this and say, well, we will do our best to get you, get this for you and this, and not get a damn thing done. And when they walk back to their car, they're going to talk to each other. Boy, them damn truck drivers are dumber than hell. You know what? I hope we get their votes. And that's all they're going to do. It's crazy. But anyhow, I guess that's politics.
Yeah.
But I just wanted to call in and say hello. And I thought that was funny when you read that about it. I thought, oh shit. Oh, I'm sorry. I said that guy ain't going to do it. That guy ain't going to do nothing, Yeah. He's not going to do one thing. He's just going to go in there, promising the moon, and when he leaves, he's going to talk crap about the truck drivers, But,
well, they're all in.
Anyhow,
I mean, that's literally days before the Iowa caucus. I mean, everybody looking to catch some brownie points. Everybody thinking. I mean, everybody's thinking they're going to upset the apple cart and actually win in Iowa.
Absolutely. Absolutely. It's crazy. But I'm over here by Napoleon. I'm on my way down. I'm looking at right at 33 degrees. I don't know how true that is, but anyhow. But I just wanted to call in, say hello, and see how y'all been doing. And we'll be out here for, roughly another 4 or 5 days listening with you. So
okay. Yeah, I'll be here we'll be here all next week.
I'm just checking in.
There you go. Well, hey, thanks. Tell Anita we said hello. We got the grandkids tonight, and I guess the plan is we're all going to get in the car and head over to, we're going to see the big drive-through Christmas display. I suppose it takes us like a 30, 40-minute, obviously going very slow through the Christmas light display. But that's what the plan is here for our Friday night.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. Exergy is the home of the Sportsman line of injectors. These injectors are designed for use in pickup trucks with no other modifications and offer a 15 to 20 horsepower gain while being calibrated to tighter tolerances than factory stock injectors. With the product lineup of injectors from Sportsman to 700% over, pumps from Sportsman to 14 millimeters, and complete engine control systems, Exergy has you covered. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of our many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
USA News, I'm Dave Collins. President Biden is urging Israel to exercise greater caution in its attacks on Hamas.
I want them to be focused on how to save civilian lives, not stop going after Hamas, but be more careful.
His remarks follow a recent comment to donors where he expressed concern about Israel's indiscriminate bombing and noted a decline in global support for Israel. The ongoing conflict has drawn widespread criticism due to a rising number of civilian casualties. President Biden laying out how the Inflation Reduction Act is capping prescription drug costs.
While at the National Institutes of Health in Maryland on Thursday, President Biden announced Medicare enrollees could save on dozens of medications under a law penalizing pharmaceutical companies if they raise prices faster than the rate of inflation.
In the year before we passed this legislation, drug makers jacked up prices nearly 4 times faster than inflation went up, and they were already too high. Let's call this for what it is. It's a ripoff.
The president said lowering drug costs is not just about health care, it's about dignity and security. The White House estimates the move could cut costs for about 750,000 seniors. I'm John Schaefer.
Senators are set to return to Capitol Hill next week to engage in ongoing bipartisan discussions on border policy and aid for Ukraine. Originally slated for a holiday recess at the end of this week, lawmakers have opted to remain in town to advance negotiations and reach a deal before the year's end. 2 people have been arrested in connection with 7 elementary school kids in Virginia who got sick eating gummy bears that had come in contact with fentanyl. It was determined that a child brought the gummy bears from home and a search warrant was executed. Clifford Dugan was arrested and held without bond, charges on 2 counts, including contributing to the delinquency, abuse of a child. Also arrested was Nicole Sanders. This is USA News.
Omaha Steaks is rewriting the book on burgers with an all-new handmade texture for the juiciest home-style burgers you've ever tasted. Their pure ground burgers are made from single cuts of real, aged Omaha steaks. These are truly steaks on a bun. Filet mignon, ribeye, New York strip, sirloin, and even brisket burgers. Now is the time to experience the exclusive Burger Perfection Flight for just $79.99. Go to omahasteaks.com and use promo code TREAT at checkout to get an extra $20 off your order, plus free shipping. You'll get 4 of each pure ground burger, so you can sample all the steak on a bun greatness. These burgers are crafted for a juicier, more tender experience, making your mouth water with every single bite. Don't wait. Go to omahasteaks.com, use promo code TREAT at checkout, and get $20 off the Burger Perfection Flight and discover your new burger obsession. Minimum order may be required.
Tech and healthcare workers lead in job dissatisfaction as per a pay scale report on over 770,000 U.S. workers. Senior product managers top the list with 66% intending to quit despite a $144,000 median salary. Phlebotomists rank second with 62% seeking new opportunities. Other jobs with dissatisfied workers who are preparing to quit include line cooks, patient care technicians, emergency room nurses, and cybersecurity analysts. Expelled from the House, former New York Congressman George Santos expanding his side hustles. The ousted Republican is introducing a subscription-based tell-all page on the social media platform X. Additionally, Santos is creating personalized videos on the Cameo platform, offering insights into Congress, the media, and certain celebrities for a monthly fee of $7. Retiring from Congress, former House Speaker Kevin McCarthy bid farewell in his final speech on the House floor earlier today.
Thank you for ever giving me this opportunity to serve you. To America, I loved every single day.
The California Republican expressed gratitude to his constituents for the opportunity to serve in the chamber. McCarthy urged lawmakers to prioritize doing the right thing, even if it involves risking their positions. Early this year, McCarthy faced removal as Speaker due to disagreements with conservative Republicans over concessions made to Democrats on a government spending bill. Dave Collins, USA News.
Have you ever picked up a towel set because it felt really soft in the store, but then when you go to use it, it's not very absorbent? That's why MyPillow has developed the MyPillow towels. Towels that work. The 6-piece towel set includes 2 bath towels, 2 hand towels, and 2 washcloths. And right now you can receive a 6-piece set for only $39.98 with promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com, click on the radio listener special, and enter promo code USA, or call 800-951-8175. That's MyPillow.com, promo code USA.
Let's face it, winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. You know what I'm talking about. The hard cold starts, rough idling, and fuel gelling. Avoid these problems by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense. EDT Plus Winter Defense is a concentrated 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that prevents gelling and improves engine performance in the coldest of climates. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens, increases fuel economy and winter operability, plus the lubricity protection of LX4 to extend fuel system life. With EDT Plus Winter Defense, you can be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense is available at Pilot Flying J truck stops, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
There you go, crossing over the midnight hour on the West Coast. Everybody on the same page now. Hey, Friday, TGIF. Hope you've had a good week. What's on tap for your weekend? Any big plans? Yeah, checking out the Christmas lights, right? Like we're going to do. 'Tis the season. Frank Siller is the CEO of the Tunnel to Towers Foundation. Spoke to Newsmax this past day, said he's making sure the holidays are a season of hope to honor Americans who paid the ultimate sacrifice in service to the country and their families. Said that from Thanksgiving to Christmas, the Tunnel for Towers Foundation's 5th annual, what they call Season of Hope, will offer mortgage-free homes to families in their Fallen First Responder Home Program, as well as the Smart Home Program and the Gold Star Family Home Program. From Thanksgiving to Christmas, giving away at least one mortgage-free home every day. That'll be 41 homes during the Season of Hope. Started November 22nd when the foundation said they would pay off the mortgage of the Clarksville, Tennessee home of Army Chief Warrant Officer Stephen Dwyer. He was among 5 soldiers who died November the 10th when their Black Hawk helicopter crashed while conducting aerial refueling over the Mediterranean. He is survived by his wife and 3 boys. Siller said, every day we're making sure that these families that paid the ultimate sacrifice for this country or our community are taken care of, going to give back some hope to their lives. And that's what the Tunnel for Towers Foundation does every year. Since the September 11 terrorist attack, the foundation has provided mortgage-free homes to Gold Star and fallen first responder families with young children, and by building specially adapted smart homes for some of the catastrophically injured veterans and first responders. Siller, whose younger brother, Stephen, a New York City firefighter who died on September 11, said the organization seeks pledges of $11 a month, and those wishing to contribute can find out more at the foundation's website, which is very easy. The letter T, the number 2T.org, standing for Tunnels to Towers, T2T. What we do as a foundation is take care of families, but we want to make sure that they're not left alone. We want to make sure that they can stay in the homes. If they have a home, we're going to make sure they stay in the home. If they don't have a home, we're going to build a home or buy them a home to make sure they have a roof over their heads, to make sure they don't have the largest expense the family has. That is the promise that the Tunnel to Towers Foundation has made. Pretty cool, though, giving away a home every single day. And Pup is on board. What's happening?
Hey, Steve, how's it going?
Doing well. It's a Friday. What's on your slate this weekend?
I probably just fiddle around out in the barn and drink some beer. About it. I got all the Christmas stuff done. So, but, I mean, as far as gifts.
Yeah.
But, I was going to ask you, when you're looking at those comets, for those comets, which direction are you looking?
Anywhere. You're looking up, they're not supposedly, they say they're supposed to come from like some quadrant in the sky, but I mean, you'll see them anywhere. Could be going any direction, east, west, up, north, south. It doesn't just anywhere.
Right.
Yeah.
The majority of them that I've seen tonight, I've seen 8.
Really?
And they're coming from the east. Yeah, they're coming from the east, going southwest. Is where the ones I've been seeing are tonight. But another thing I was going to tell you, this might help you out. I don't know. I don't have Facebook, but the volume on the app before my stereo in my truck only goes up to like 30. That's the maximum. And when I used to listen to it before you had trouble, it was on 18 or 19. But now I've got to listen to it on like at 28 or 29 going down the road and stuff. I don't know if that helps you out or not, but that's about all I had for you. I got to stop and get fuel here in a little bit.
All right.
Stuff, so. You know what? I'm kind of upset there, that Mississippi dime dropper. If that bugs him so much, maybe he could learn to tap his brakes and fall in behind, take a couple seconds. But other than that, well, you have a good weekend, Steve. We'll be listening.
Thank you much, Pup. Good to hear from you here on a Friday, 12 past the hour. What else do we have in industry headlines? Talked a bit last evening about the House subcommittee meeting this week, discussing various trucking issues, one of which unexpectedly spent a lot of time on the speed limiter mandate that came under fire. Other items they did discuss was the automatic emergency braking system. Of course, they had published the proposal in July to require AEB systems and electronic stability controls on new vehicles weighing more than 10,000 pounds. Now, they had the time frame here for that. Representative Troy Nehls of Texas and Mike Collins of Georgia pointed to examples of false activations, questioning if that technology is ready to be mandated. Nehls cited the October 23 issue of Landline magazine that featured a story about a truck driver, Kerry Moore's experience with automatic emergency braking while driving on a snowy Michigan highway. Moore said a false activation from the emergency brakes caused her truck to jackknife and nearly crash into a median. The article talks about one of the truck drivers. Nehls told Carlson during the Highway and Transit Subcommittee meeting this week, it was on Wednesday, it was either a shadow or the guardrail that caused her to lose control, and this thing scared the hell out of her. This can be very, very dangerous. You need to read this when it talks about these brakes and how dangerous it's going to be. Moore's tale of a false braking activation is not isolated. The National Highway Traffic Safety Administration has opened an investigation into false automatic braking on certain Freightliner and Western Star trucks. 18 complaints of false AEB activation without an actual roadway obstacle. In some instances, false activation brought the truck to a complete stop in the travel lane. To date, National Highway Traffic Safety Administration did not report any crashes caused by the false braking, but that investigation, which is ongoing, it could affect as many as 250,000 trucks, trying to determine if the alleged defect creates an unreasonable safety risk. Despite the investigation of false braking, at least at the moment, the Traffic Safety Administration and the FMCSA still plan to move forward with a proposal. A final rule is projected to be released coming up next April. So indeed, they've kind of kicked the can down the road a little bit further, but... Well, hello to the Seeing-Eye Dog.
Good morning.
Morning.
That New York story you had sounds like a lot of bull to me.
Yes.
As far as you're talking about the trucks, I've been dealing with the trucks that have the software on them for quite some time now. And one of the things I noticed is when a vehicle exits the highway, it'll still track on that. It'll lock on that, and he's off your traveled path. You know, you're not getting off the exit with him. But when he slows down, it could, it has jolted my truck. Not very much, but just enough to like, hey, now, Mm-hmm. So I don't understand. I don't understand exactly how that works. Does it like target something and then with the sensor just constantly track it to see if it comes back into your path or not? I don't understand. Maybe somebody could do a YouTube University and explain how that system works so we can understand how to drive better with it, have it work with us instead of against us. As far as Nutbusters talking about, I agree with them wholeheartedly. Sorry, Bob. Since 2008, I've talked to you about this on the show many times, where people decide they just want to, they're probably bored and they just want to entertain themselves, but our trucks require us to change lanes ahead of time because that 4-second distance. And I can understand it. It's kind of agitating to see a truck in your mirror so long, and when they catch up to you, they'll speed up. You're like, hey, you drove me crazy for a while, so I'm going to pin you out there. But the thing is, I know that I could deal with it, but it frustrates the four-wheelers like nobody's business, And that's what hurts me the most, because then it causes them to be aggravated and to try to find ways around, slicing between two trucks or even driving on the shoulder.
Mm-hmm.
I saw a lot of meteors, especially yesterday. It was a great light show. I was talking to my wife about the meteors from long ago. What was it, the 1800s, 1900s, or whatever, where they covered the sky, lit up the sky. I don't know exactly what date you said that was, but
1883, I think.
That'd be amazing.
Yeah.
Yeah, that would be amazing to see. And once again, car traffic is real low out here. I'm on 57, and it's mostly trucks. I guess the local ISP pulled over a truck because there's nothing else to do out here but come and see a couple of trucks. So, did you buy all your Christmas stuff ready to go, or you still going to do some of that fancy shopping?
I think I can fairly say most of it's done. I guess wife says we still have a few things we got to get.
Yeah.
Then the problem comes up.
Were you the one that said that?
Somebody's got to wrap all that stuff. That's the part I dread.
Yeah. I never really was good at wrapping presents or even rolling out paint on a wall. Those two things I just can't do. All right. Enjoy the show and have a great morning.
Hey, good. Good to hear from you. Seeing-Eye Dog, thank you for checking in. Would that be always moving? Hey, what a holiday treat.
That's me.
Hi there.
Yeah. Merry Christmas. Merry Christmas. Merry Christmas. Well, I'm standing out here in my driveway and just saw a great, big, pretty shooting star dropped over to the south. Beautiful, big, thick plume to it. It was pretty.
Wow.
And I know Dean Regis says that they're just the size of a grain of sand, but it sure did look bigger than that to me.
Right.
But anyway, I called to say happy holidays to everybody, and I miss everybody. There went another one. That was a pretty one, too. It was shorter, but that one was to the east. That was really nice. I'm in a good viewing spot. I have, out here in the middle of nowhere, I got a nice view for all of this stuff. I did want to say that I heard what's going on with whoever's up in the government wanting to change the number of illegals coming in the country from 10 to 12,000 a day to, we'll allow 3,000 a day. And at this point, I think anybody in the government that's up there that is even considering that needs to just turn their badge in and say, I no longer support this country, and someone else needs to take over. If you're not going to do the job, then you need to go. And that goes for Republicans, Democrats, whoever, whatever position you're in. That is an embarrassment for this country. And so I get all riled up when I think of the political stuff. It just makes me sick. I'm also upset that we're still spending millions chasing down Donald Trump when we have the whole Joe Biden, Hillary Clinton, the whole Biden family, and all the others that are corrupt up there, Nancy Pelosi and her husband, and yada, yada, yada. Maybe that is Trump's cross to bear, that he exposed all of them to the point that he did, to where everybody can see how bad it is up there. And it's a shame. I mean, it really is a shame. You talk about destroying the country. They're doing it firsthand to line their own pockets. And isn't that sad? At all of our expense. And those of us who are innocent citizens working every day, paying taxes, there went another one. Just sad. Absolutely sad. And that's not the country that I want to live in. So I don't know what else to do. I'm really flummoxed as to what to do to make it change. You vote and you vote, and they cheat. So I don't know.
Yeah.
On a happy note, I had a good Thanksgiving. Well, worked at the hospital during Thanksgiving. Off for Christmas and New Year, so I will be watching football and enjoying that. Cheering on my Ohio State Buckeyes, like I am a loyal fan too. And cheering on the Bengals. I did get to go to a Bengals game. My friend took me to the Bengals-Texans game. It was perfect weather that day, absolutely perfect. And the Bengals took the ball on the first drive and ran down and scored, and then they went in and took a break until the last half of the fourth quarter. And they decided to come out and play ball again. But got to see C.J. Stroud in person, Joe Burrow in person and healthy, and saw Jamar Chase. So that was exciting for me.
Wow.
Had a really good day doing that. And in May, I don't know if I told you this, but the first weekend in May this year, my friend and I went up to New York City and did the 5-borough bike tour. And I had never had any desire to go to New York City until I heard about this bike ride, 8 years ago when I started riding, 8 or 9 years ago when I started riding. And since then I've wanted to go, and one of the doctors at the hospital had a condo up there right by Central Park, and he said that we could stay there. So I drove my car, took my bikes, and drove up there, and it was the coolest of cool things to be on my own bike, pedaling through downtown New York City in the middle of all of those skyscrapers, and there were no cars. It was neat.
Wow.
It was really, really something. Had a ball, had an absolute ball. We went all over and saw it all, did it all, had a ball. It was great, and I drove in New York City during the day. I drove in New York City at night. I pedaled my bike through downtown New York City with traffic and without traffic. and went to the Empire State Building. Just, did the ferry ride out to the Statue of Liberty, did the double-decker bus tour thing, did a rickshaw bicycle ride. That was very expensive. Never do that again, but had the experience of it. But anyway, had a ball. Had an absolute ball. That was my big adventure for the year, was going up there and doing that.
Wow. So New York, New York City. Did you feel safe? Did you feel like you're uncomfortable at any point, or did you feel like everything was good?
Oh, totally safe the whole time.
Really?
And everybody was very friendly, very nice. Yes. And maybe it's because they knew you were there for they were putting on a good show for that weekend for the cyclists. But there were, I think it's 34,000 cyclists that were there that weekend that come in for that thing. I mean, it was, and they gave you a yellow cap for your helmet, and it looked like a sea of minions going through the city. It was really a cool thing to see, and I took a ton of pictures, but I got to pedal through Central Park. We pedaled over bridges. I pedaled through the Bronx. I mean, it was why I pedaled right by Radio City Music Hall, pedaled by, what is it? Right there in the downtown. It was right there. We just pedaled through everything. Our starting point was clear down at the bottom of the thing, right by the 9/11 museum. There's a park down there, and that's where we started. So we pedaled down to there, and then pedaled up, and then did the ride.
Wow!
And it was so cool. It was really neat, and that's the way to see it. To see it on your bicycle, it was just lovely. And they said, you could stop at any place along the way and have lunch or whatever, but you just keep pedaling. You just keep pedaling and going and looking at all of it. And they had some of the highways were blocked off that we pedaled on, and we pedaled along the rivers. We pedaled over the bridges, and it was really something to see. It was a put it on the bucket list kind of a thing. And so ever since then, when I've done and been out on the bike trail and met other people, and they're like, "Oh my God, you did the bike tour in New York?" I'm like, "Yep." "Oh, how was it? I've always wanted to do it." Like, it is the coolest thing.
Wow.
So yeah, I wouldn't have done it if a doctor didn't have a condo for us to stay in, because I would not have known where to go, how to stay, any of that. And I did a lot of research on it, going into it, to see exactly where his condo was and how far is that from the starting line and what streets were going to be blocked and stuff. And it worked out perfect. And I just can't thank the doctor enough. He has this, like I said, I mean, he's literally just a block from Central Park. It was, there went another one. It was a really nice little condo.
An ideal location.
Really, really nice.
Wow. Well, we're up to news break. Always moving. It's great to hear your voice. If you got a little more, if you got more for us, we can put you on hold. If not, have a Merry Christmas, Happy New Year, and anytime you're up late, absolutely give us a ring. Yeah, it's been such a long time. All right, it is the Steve Summers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of a cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. Exergy is the home of the Sportsman line of injectors. These injectors are designed for use in pickup trucks with no other modifications and offer a 15 to 20 horsepower gain while being calibrated to tighter tolerances than factory stock injectors. With a product lineup of injectors from Sportsman to 700% over, pumps from Sportsman to 14 millimeters, and complete engine control systems, Exergy has you covered. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of our many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News Update. The Biden administration is urging Israel to increase precision in its Gaza attacks, according to the National Security Council spokesperson John Kirby.
Efforts Israel is now undertaking to be more surgical in their targeting and efforts that they are taking to help increase the flow of aid.
U.S. officials are advocating for more humanitarian pauses to facilitate hostage release by Hamas and enhance aid delivery to Gaza. A significant storm is moving up the East Coast with heavy rain and strong winds, causing some flooding and downed trees and wires and unseasonably warm temps Sunday into Monday. While weather can change at a moment's notice, it looks like the track of the storm will be from the Chesapeake Bay area to the southern New England area. U.S. Army Sergeant Maciel Hay just made history by becoming the first active duty female to pass the Army's sniper school. That's the latest. I'm Dave Collins, USA News.
Attention small business owners. This could be the most important 10-minute call you will ever make. You could recover up to $26,000 per employee today. And all you have to do is make one short 10-minute call to take your business up a notch or bounce back from these difficult couple of years. Omega Accounting Solutions can help you recover any payroll tax overpayments you made during the pandemic. You may even be eligible to receive up to $26,000 per employee. All it takes is a quick, easy, free 10-minute ERC consultation to determine if you qualify. Omega is the small business champion with teams dedicated to maximizing tax credits. They know their stuff so well that CPAs and payroll companies even turn to Omega for ERC tax guidance. Call 800-300-9ERC. That's 800-300-9ERC. 1-800-300-9ERC. Or visit OmegaTaxCredit.com.
Let's face it, winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. You know what I'm talking about. The hard, cold starts, rough idling, and fuel gelling. Avoid these problems by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense. EDT Plus Winter Defense is a concentrated 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that prevents gelling and improves engine performance in the coldest of climates. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens, increases fuel economy and winter operability, plus the lubricity protection of LX4 to extend fuel system life. With EDT Plus Winter Defense, you can be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense is available at Pilot Flying J truck stops, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Let me take you back to the Supreme Court stating that they will take up a January 6th case. Constitutional law expert Alan Dershowitz says it probably applies to Trump, in addition to a number of other January 6 defendants, including his client. Look, these were not obstructions of justice. These were attempts to exercise free First Amendment rights to petition the government for a redress of grievances. Some of the people went too far, destroyed property. But those people who just tried to influence the congressional hearings were exercising their constitutional right. They're entitled to do it. And I think the court will render a ruling in which it says that the indictments of many of these people went too far by charging with obstruction of justice. Now, it doesn't apply to everybody, but I think it probably does apply to President Trump. He, too, as a citizen, had the right to petition his government for what he believed was a redress of grievances. I think he was wrong, in my view, but that does not affect his legal claim of acting under his First Amendment. I think the Supreme Court may very well render a ruling that helps former President Trump, helps my client, and helps many other who were swept up in this. It's very important everybody be treated as individuals. If you did something, if you went in there, you destroyed property deliberately, that's one thing. But if you simply objected to the way in which the votes were counted, even if you were wrong, that's a complete defense under our Constitution. Now, if you missed it earlier this week, the Supreme Court agreed to decide if a man involved in the January 6th breach can be charged with obstructing an official proceeding. Defendant Joseph Fisher, who was indicted on 7 charges following the protest, is one of at least 325 people facing that charge for their alleged roles in the incident. That charge was also brought against Trump in the federal case, charging him with trying to overturn the 2020 election. But in agreeing to take up the case, the justices made no mention of the Trump persecution. But legal experts say Trump's lawyers could argue that the court's move should delay the start of the trial that's slated to begin in March. Dershowitz said everything for both Trump and the Department of Justice comes down to timing, given next year's presidential election. The prosecutors want a down and dirty conviction to affect the election before the election, knowing that they very well may be reversed on appeal, but it'll be too late to affect the election. So both sides are playing the timing game. Timing is always up to the judges themselves, how quickly they put this case on, how quickly they decide the case. There's very likely anybody can do to affect the timing of the judges. But it really affects all of us because there are many Americans who will not vote for somebody who's been convicted of a serious felony, whether it be on the Democrat side or the Republican side. So the criminal justice system has been weaponized on both sides to try to influence the election, and the losers will be the American people. We're not getting fair justice on either side. We're getting politicized, weaponized, partisan justice. Alan Dershowitz. All right, 5-7, what do you say?
Well, if this case works out and it gets cleaned up from the Democrat overstep, then guess what? The Democrats will benefit from it because when, I'll be positive, Trump takes over and we get the House and the Senate, then we're not going to be doing the same thing to them, even though we do have the proof and the evidence. So they may squeal and cry, but what the Democrats have done to our judicial system and to our leadership is just atrocious. And this is the only thing that's going to save their rear ends, even though they are terrified that Trump, this thing goes Trump's way, our way. By the way, Grump mentioned, I don't understand what people have against MAGA. Well, over the years, I've been listening to, clips on people get on The View or different places, And when they talk about MAGA, they're talking all they all want us to go back to the 1950s. And Frank, if it doesn't slightly go there, it completely goes there. They want blacks in their place. They want, no. This ties into the story from last night or yesterday morning. The rich are getting richer and the poor are getting poorer. And the only way that's happening is the middle class, especially the lower middle class, is shrinking. And that, to me, is what MAGA means. It means putting people back to work with a decent wage, putting industry back in work where people can have jobs, pay taxes, buy homes. That's what MAGA means to me. And the bottom line is, I don't even blame the Democrats or the race baiters for throwing that out. I blame the Republicans, the rhinos. I mean, face it, the first 2 years of Trump's 4 years, he fought not only the Democrats, he fought the rhino Republicans. Not only the rhinos, he fought the Republicans.
The establishment.
Lindsey Graham fought him right up to the second year, and he started realizing something. The American people still like what he's doing. Look what he's doing, jobs. He's doing everything he said he's doing is coming about. So Lindsey Graham even flipped on that. But, Lindsey Graham, that's nothing new for him to flip anytime. You never know where he's going to be. But, Grump, that's why they think MAGA is bad, is because a lot of people watch these shows, or they wouldn't be on air, and then a lot of them's older people. By the way, we're supposed to show wisdom to our elders, but I'll tell you what, think about what we got in Congress right now. Those are our elders. Should we show respect to these guys that are selling our children down the pike? They're pocketing their money and, padding the lifestyle for their families. But for the American people, now remember, these are the boomers. I'm 66, born in 57. I'm one of towards the last of the boomers. I believe it's 62. These are the boomers that are up there, the children of the people that fought World War II and freed the country, and freedom was handed to them. And look where we are now. And I'm sorry if a truck driver in South Carolina or a truck driver, in New Mexico, they can see what's going on. The politicians have to know what's coming down the pike. They have to know what's going on, and it just got to be evil and greed that's in their hearts on this stuff. We're seeing this thing with the electric cars and the batteries starting to decay. And like I said earlier, I believe, I think Joe Rogan had a man on, and it sort of backs up what I was guessing. So 6 months into next year, China's going to make a move. They're not going to wait until we get a strong man in our office or strong men in our Congress. So, other than that, let's be good to each other. Just because, like Monkey Gadger come on and said earlier, a foreigner come up and helped him get his truck running again. So there's still good people coming here. Maybe God's calling a lot of people into our country to save them for what's coming down the pike. So other than that, be the 5-7. You enjoy your weekend.
All right, we'll give it a shot.
I'm going to be more.
Copy the mail. Well, Pappy, hey, was it good to hear from Always Moving?
Steve, it's double your pleasure today.
How about that?
How about that, man? Steve, double the pleasure. I had the pleasure of speaking with Miss Always Moving earlier tonight. So I kind of encouraged her to stay up and call in because we all miss her calling in.
Yeah.
It's great to hear her call in. She had a little scare. I thought she might have brought it up. She had a little scare at work. There was several phone calls made that there was a man outside the hospital with a assault weapon in his hands. And they ended up locking the hospital down, and so it was quite a scare for quite some time there while she was working the other night.
Oh, big darn.
She sent me a link to the news account of it. And, and I was talking to her on the phone. I was like, well, did they talk to any of the witnesses that actually saw this guy? And she didn't know. Well, the news media said that there were several calls, but the police department never got to talk to any of the callers. It was all third-party information. So I think they got swatted, is what I think. They literally had to almost shut down the hospital, for quite some time. So I'm glad she got through that all right. But good to hear from her. Absolutely. Steve, I was, I think I told you last night I was going to call and get into some stuff. I think maybe I'll wait till the first of the year. Let's let the holidays come and go and everybody get through it safely. Hey, Eagle was mentioning about, it's snowing all the time when he was a kid. And, I remember us snowing on Christmas, but Steve, I remember in January of 1981, it was 70-something degrees outside. And I was walking around with a T-shirt on in January. So these weather events happen. They come and go, man. And to say that one day out of the year you want it to snow, I mean, what's seriously the chances, right, of it going to snow on Christmas? But it has happened, but I'm kind of in your book. I don't think it's happened as much as, when you're a kid, you remember the snow days. You kind of don't remember non-snow days. So.
I remember.
Is what it is.
I remember Christmases where if you had a new bike or a scooter or roller skates you could get out there, like I said, maybe in a light jacket, and all the kids be out there with their new Christmas toys. And then, of course, there are winters where, freezing ass cold, and you can't go out when you're dying to go out there and ride your new bike, but you had to wait.
Yeah. All right. Yes, sir. Man, Steve, I saw something, I don't know if it was on Jesse or Ingram tonight. The leftists are now saying that because of humans exhaling, it's causing more carbon dioxide in the atmosphere.
Okay.
Did you see that?
I know. But that's what you meant when you said don't exhale, right? Just hold your breath.
Yeah, hold your breath. Don't breathe out. I took a screenshot of it. I'll email to you when I get off here. Literally, Steve, I mean, these people are just whacked out, crazy, nuts, man. There's guys out there, Bill Gates and a lot of people talking about the earth can't sustain the amount of humans on the planet right now, which is a bunch of BS. Elon Musk, Steve, he's been coming out and really bashing the globalist. He debunked this theory that the planet can only sustain so many humans.
Mm-hmm.
He made the comment, he's absolutely right. You can get on a plane, fly from Florida to, say, Cleveland, drop a bowling ball out of that plane, Steve. What's the chance of it hitting anybody in between? Most of this country still is farmland.
A lot of open space.
It's just a big, these truck drivers will tell you, man, you start heading west from the east, most of that in between, there ain't much there, man. Not until you get into these bigger cities, you know. I think I heard something where you could take, man, I don't know if they said the whole population of the earth. Maybe I don't know if it was that or not. Maybe I shouldn't even have brought it up till I know my facts. But it was either the whole population of the earth or the whole population of the United States. Stick everybody in Texas, Steve. There's enough room in Texas. I think it might have been the population of the earth. They said if you put everybody in Texas, standing shoulder to shoulder, Texas has enough room.
Mm-hmm.
So it just kind of gives you an idea of how big this planet really is and how much land there still is. And they're wanting to cut down the trees now, you know. Just amazing, man. I mean, you know, we need plants because they produce the oxygen for us to breathe. And when we breathe out, we produce the carbon dioxide these plants need to breathe and to grow.
To produce our oxygen.
Yes, sir. It's a revolving circle there. And I don't know, man. I've been hearing stuff about, you know how back in the past, man, when you cut down some forest, it was kind of a no-no unless you planted a tree to replace that one you're cutting down. And I don't know. Now it seems like the going theme is, man, there's too many plants. We need to cut them down. Craziness.
Which is
just
insane.
crazy.
I mean, why did we get rid of the paper grocery bags? Why did we were told we're cutting down the rainforest and we have to stop using paper. Everything's got to go digital. You know, we're not going to mail you your bank statement anymore. It's all online. Got to save the trees.
Yes, sir. Man, I'm all about saving the trees. But I'm all about breathing.
Yeah.
You know? Yeah. All right, my man. I'm ready to go back to work tomorrow.
Okay. Week's over.
Yeah, week's over. Everything's done that I need to get done. I think I'm off. Let's see. I work this weekend. Next weekend, I think Sunday is Christmas Eve, if I'm not mistaken. I'm off Christmas Eve, but I got to work Christmas. And I think then I got to work New Year's Eve. I took it off last several years, but this year I got to work. Somebody else needed it off, so I let them do it. And so I'll be working New Year's Eve too, but I'll be off New Year's Day. So looking forward to that.
So New Year's Eve, that's when the midnight hour rolls around and you get all these reports of shots fired.
Yeah.
Everybody goes out and they'll be shooting their guns up in the air. I mean, I know it happens.
Steve, let me tell you something. Man, there's a certain area of town, I won't mention it, certain area of town that we patrol. And it's known for gang activity and whatnot. And Steve, let me tell you something. On the 4th of July and New Year's, it sounds like a war zone. There ain't firecrackers going off. What goes up must come down.
That's the thing. Law enforcement, hey, seek shelter for the next 15 or 20 minutes, right, as all those bullets are coming down.
It's crazy. All right, my man, I will email you that screenshot of what the leftists are saying now about us breathing. So other than that, everybody, enjoy the weekend. It's great hearing from Always Moving. And everybody hammer down, be safe.
All right, great to hear from you. Yeah, so we've come full circle. We have reached the point, in order to save the planet, we all must stop breathing. Okay. That'll take care of it, right? All right, we got, 10 days, Christmas time. It's almost here. And no matter where you tune up and down the radio dial, many, many channels now playing your Christmas music around the clock. Maybe you've got your own favorite setup using your favorite method of putting your own playlist together for your Christmas favorites. A recent study conducted by Insurancepedia, I guess it is, has unveiled the 10 most dangerous Christmas songs to listen to while driving. I didn't realize there was such a thing. Research focused on songs with, what they're talking about is the beats per minute. I guess the faster the beats per minute, I guess the more juiced up we get. We might put the hammer down, put the pedal to the metal. We're all excited. And a correlation between higher BPM and an increase in risky driving behavior. To promote safe driving during the Christmas season, Insurancepedia conducted a study on Christmas #1 hits and their beats per minute to identify Christmas songs that are the most dangerous to listen to on the road. The complete list of the top 10 most dangerous Christmas songs, along with their respective beats per minute, reads like this. I Saw Mommy Kissing Santa Claus. Really? At number 10? Do people get excited and juiced listening to that? Number 9, Have Yourself a Merry Little Christmas. That's 137 beats per minute. Number 8, I Wish It Could Be Christmas Every Day. Number 7, Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer at 142 beats per minute. Let It Snow at 143 BPM. Number 5, Happy Christmas, War is Over. Santa Claus is Coming to Town at number 4. We're up to 147 beats a minute. Number 3, Feliz Navidad at 149 BPM. Number 2, All I Want for Christmas Is You at 150 beats per minute. Number 1, most dangerous song to listen while driving this Christmas season, Frosty the Snowman. Frosty supposedly 172 beats per minute. Seems like All I Want for Christmas Is You has a faster tempo, if you ask me, than Frosty the Snowman, but I'm not the expert. Do not listen to those dangerous Christmas songs while driving.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. Exergy is the home of the Sportsman line of injectors. These injectors are designed for use in pickup trucks with no other modifications and offer a 15 to 20 horsepower gain while being calibrated to tighter tolerances than factory stock injectors. With the product lineup of injectors from Sportsman to 700% over, pumps from Sportsman to 14 millimeters, and complete engine control systems, Exergy has you covered. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of our many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News, I'm Dave Collins. President Biden is urging Israel to exercise greater caution in its attacks on Hamas.
I want them to be focused on how to save civilian lives, not stop going after Hamas, but be more careful.
His remarks follow a recent comment to donors where he expressed concern about Israel's indiscriminate bombing and noted a decline in global support for Israel. The ongoing conflict has drawn widespread criticism due to a rising number of civilian casualties. President Biden laying out how the Inflation Reduction Act is capping prescription drug costs.
While at the National Institutes of Health in Maryland on Thursday, President Biden announced Medicare enrollees could save on dozens of medications under a law penalizing pharmaceutical companies if they raise prices faster than the rate of inflation.
In the year before we passed this legislation, drug makers jacked up prices nearly 4 times faster than inflation went up, and they were already too high. Let's call this for what it is. It's a ripoff.
The president said lowering drug costs is not just about health care, it's about dignity and security. The White House estimates the move could cut costs for about 750,000 seniors. I'm John Schaefer.
Senators are set to return to Capitol Hill next week to engage in ongoing bipartisan discussions on border policy and aid for Ukraine. Originally slated for a holiday recess at the end of this week, lawmakers have opted to remain in town to advance negotiations and reach a deal before the year's end. 2 people have been arrested in connection with 7 elementary school kids in Virginia who got sick eating gummy bears that had come in contact with fentanyl. It was determined that a child brought the gummy bears from home and a search warrant was executed. Clifford Dugan was arrested and held without bond, charges on 2 counts, including contributing to the delinquency, abuse of a child. Also arrested was Nicole Sanders. This is USA News.
Omaha Steaks is rewriting the book on burgers with an all-new handmade texture for the juiciest home-style burgers you've ever tasted. Their pure ground burgers are made from single cuts of real, aged Omaha steaks. These are truly steaks on a bun. Filet mignon, ribeye, New York strip, sirloin, and even brisket burgers. Now is the time to experience the exclusive Burger Perfection Flight for just $79.99. Go to omahasteaks.com and use promo code TREAT at checkout to get an extra $20 off your order, plus free shipping. You'll get 4 of each pure ground burger, so you can sample all the steak on a bun greatness. These burgers are crafted for a juicier, more tender experience, making your mouth water with every single bite. Don't wait. Go to omahasteaks.com, use promo code TREAT at checkout, and get $20 off the Burger Perfection Flight and discover your new burger obsession. Minimum order may be required.
Tech and healthcare workers lead in job dissatisfaction as per a pay scale report on over 770,000 U.S. workers. Senior product managers top the list with 66% intending to quit despite a $144,000 median salary. Phlebotomists rank second with 62% seeking new opportunities. Other jobs with dissatisfied workers who are preparing to quit include line cooks, patient care technicians, emergency room nurses, and cybersecurity analysts. Expelled from the House, former New York Congressman George Santos expanding his side hustles. The ousted Republican is introducing a subscription-based tell-all page on the social media platform X. Additionally, Santos is creating personalized videos on the Cameo platform, offering insights into Congress, the media, and certain celebrities for a monthly fee of $7. Retiring from Congress, former House Speaker Kevin McCarthy bid farewell in his final speech on the House floor earlier today.
Thank you for ever giving me this opportunity to serve you. To America, I loved every single day.
The California Republican expressed gratitude to his constituents for the opportunity to serve in the chamber. McCarthy urged lawmakers to prioritize doing the right thing, even if it involves risking their positions. Early this year, McCarthy faced removal as Speaker due to disagreements with conservative Republicans over concessions made to Democrats on a government spending bill. Dave Collins, USA News.
Have you ever picked up a towel set because it felt really soft in the store, but then when you go to use it, it's not very absorbent? That's why MyPillow has developed the MyPillow towels. Towels that work. The 6-piece towel set includes 2 bath towels, 2 hand towels, and 2 washcloths. And right now you can receive a 6-piece set for only $39.98 with promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com, click on the radio listener special, and enter promo code USA, or call 800-951-8175. That's MyPillow.com, promo code USA.
Let's face it, winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. You know what I'm talking about. The hard, cold starts, rough idling, and fuel gelling. Avoid these problems by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense. EDT Plus Winter Defense is a concentrated 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that prevents gelling and improves engine performance in the coldest of climates. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens, increases fuel economy and winter operability, plus the lubricity protection of LX4 to extend fuel system life. With EDT Plus Winter Defense, you can be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense is available at Pilot Flying J truck stops, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
All right, get that final hour underway. Happy, thank you for the email there. I had not seen that. I guess we could say we may very well have really dodged a bullet here on planet Earth. He had taken a screenshot of, apparently, I guess, a blurb that came across solar flare, big explosion on the sun. We take you to spaceweather.com. A minor G1 class geomagnetic storm possible this morning, tomorrow morning, in response to an incoming solar wind stream with a healthy coronal mass ejection, or CME, embedded in it. Storm levels could escalate to Category 2, moderate, or even Category 3, strong, on December 17th. Sunday, when that CME arrives. That's coming from talk about a massive explosion on the sun, an X-class, X 2.8 explosion on the sun. Sunspot 3514 erupted this past day. An X 2.8, this is the strongest solar flare of this entire solar cycle. Number 25, the most powerful eruption the sun has produced since the great storms of September in 2017, 5 years ago. Radiation from the flare has caused a deep shortwave radio blackout over the Americas. Ham operators may have noticed a loss of complete signal at all frequencies below 30 megahertz for more than 30 minutes after the flare. Now, the early report was this explosion probably launched a fast-moving CME soon after the blast. Air Force is reporting a Type 2 solar radio burst, which typically comes from the leading edge of a CME based on the drift rate of the radio burst. This CME's velocity could exceed 4.7 million miles per hour. Is that even fathomable? Then the update, I guess, shortly thereafter. Confirmation, newly arriving images from the Solar and Heliospheric Observatory indeed show a lopsided coronal mass ejection. Although it is not squarely aimed at the Earth, it does appear to have an Earth-directed component. In turn, that means a glancing blow is likely on December the 17th. So the region of the sun where this occurred was, I guess if you're facing the sun, it would be like the eastern side. It's this particular sunspot. Had this explosion occurred, say, 4 or 5 days ago, it would have been nearly squarely, directly aimed at the Earth, and that would have been a flare the magnitude where we've talked for years about the possibility of knocking out satellites, knocking out power substations, all kind of impacts here on the Earth. It's going to be a glancing blow, but nonetheless, just gives us an idea. The strongest X 2.8, that's a biggin. Malpractice, check it in. It's been about a year since we heard from you. How you been?
Man, I'm living the dream, brother. Living the dream. I get better looking every day.
Good to
Of course,
hear.
that's my story, and I'm going to stick to it. I just wanted to call in and wish you. Normally, I ain't up at this time of night because it takes a lot of beauty rest to make this face and this head.
Oh, boy.
So I was up, thought, man, I got to call Steve. And I wanted to ask you, did you say that wrong about those songs? Is that if you're going down the road smoking a meth pipe and listening to the song, then it's dangerous? Or was that just listening to it being dangerous?
Well, I would presume that, if you're smoking a meth pipe, that's pretty dangerous. I've never got all that excited listening to Frosty the Snowman, I'll tell you that.
Brother, unless it's like Motley Crue or AC/DC singing something like that, that might change the story a little bit. But I just wanted to call in and let you know, last time I talked to you, I'd had that surgery, and I've lost 174 pounds.
Well, congratulations. Wow. That's a lot.
Yeah. That's a lot. That's a whole human, ain't it?
Yes.
So I was 419. I started out at 419 when I started this, and I'm down to 240. I fluctuate between 240 and 245. I wore a size 52 pants at one time, and now I'm down to a 38.
So you're almost half the man you used to be.
Man, I'm telling you, brother. And everybody says, "Well, how do you feel?" I said, "I feel like $20 because that's just I'm not going to go much more than that." But I do feel good for an old man. But no, I just wanted to call in and wish you and your family a Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year, and let you know I'm still out here kicking. Still hauling them eggs and baby birds. And now I've got a tanker on. I'm going up here to northern Ohio up here. And we go up here to a place called Spencerville, and they load us up with about 48,000 pounds of egg whites. And
egg whites?
I take them out. Yep. They got machine. We got a machine at our place, and it'll break 49,000 pounds of eggs, and that's the shell is clear only, and it separates the egg whites from the yolks. I mean, we have it. It's from Germany. It's like a $1 billion machine, but it's really crazy. This egg company, man, I've been here 20 years, driving for them for 20 years, and they make money on the poop. They make money on the. They even started selling. I guess there's some foreigners that like the little chicken feet.
Oh, yeah, absolutely, yes.
Like,
chicken feet, yes.
Who would eat? I can't see. Is there any meat on them?
I think they cook them up to be like a crispy potato chip like treat, a crispy treat of some sort. That beats hell out of me.
Dude, I can't see it, but they. I mean, these people make it on every corner, but
yeah.
But no, I'll let you go, my friend, and all you super truckers out there, have a Merry Christmas and God bless you, and we'll hopefully get to talk to you for too long.
All right, man, great to hear from you again.
It's
according to the little screenshot there, December 22nd of 22. It's been nearly a year, almost a year to the date, Last time we heard from Malpractice. Well, there you go. Don't be a stranger. Hadn't been nearly that long since we've heard from Brain Dead, though. But a happy Monday.
Yeah. So you still ain't finished your Christmas shopping yet?
Well, according to the princess, we haven't got anything for Stephen or Lauren yet. That's the son and the daughter-in-law. We can't leave them out, can we?
Slacker. I see you slacking off over there. They taking forever to put up the Christmas decorations. You know, maybe we ought to get you to change to the Skullbuster beer and maybe some like hockey or something. You might get up pretty quick, right?
Yeah.
Now me and Dingbat, we finally got ours done this past day because my cousin's wife called me and said that my other cousin was coming down because we never know if he's coming down or not. Because generally if he comes down for Thanksgiving, he doesn't come down for Christmas. And this year he didn't come down for Thanksgiving, and we were preparing for him to come at Christmas, but we just didn't quite know 100%. So we finished up all of our shopping this past day, Steve. I'm so proud because, you know, we had the business up and rolling there in 20, if you remember right, and we got hit hard with COVID. This is the first Christmas in 3 years that we are actually giving gifts other than a gift card to our family.
Wow.
This is how long it's taken for us to recover.
Mm-hmm.
We got no help at all. We could not get a Trump loan, the Paycheck Protection loan. We couldn't get one of those EIDL loans. And things are really looking up for us in 24. I mean, it's really crazy how things have went for us. But, change the subject here. I heard, what was his name? Rumpelstiltskin, Ramaswamy, whatever his name was.
Yeah.
Talking about going to Iowa 80 there.
Yeah.
What's his name?
Ramaswamy.
I forgot it. But he was talking about driver retention. When you ask the young people, and I'm not talking about like my age or them or anybody around my age, I'm talking about like the 19, 20-year-olds, what they want to do for a job, they want to go. We have brainwashed our kids into believing that they have to go to a 4-year college. And when they get to college, the first thing they pick to go study is liberal arts. Steve, how many jobs do you know that have the word liberal arts degree in there, other than being a painter maybe or some sort of graphic designer? I mean, I don't know. There's not a lot of people clamoring to get into the trades, such as truck driving, plumbers, electricians, etc. I mean, fill in the blank. There's not. And what was his name? Mike Rowe from Dirty Jobs has a scholarship program to where young people can go to these trade schools and learn a trade, because eventually we're going to need plumbers. They're retiring out. Electricians, truck drivers are in demand. Pay is probably one of the reasons why a lot of them don't stay around.
Hey, you've had a
treatment.
You've had a big shortage of truck technicians, truck mechanics for years now.
Right, and I'll tell you this, Steve. And I was talking to Eskimo Mom earlier. We have a young man that fuels our trucks at night. He literally, and when I say just got out of high school, I'm talking about like this year, just got out of high school and is in the course to go to be a a reefer mechanic. There's not many people that are 18, 19 years old that are doing this and looking at this as a job. They're looking at this as a career. You know, that's one of the main things. And what I said the last time, a lot of these people get in this industry because they're brainwashed and thinking that this is a job, and it's just a job. They don't care. I mean, I run into trucks all the time. Like right now, I got a check engine light and a cracked windshield. I guarantee you the 5 drivers behind me didn't write it up. Why? Because they don't care.
Mm-hmm.
It's just a job. Whereas for me, it's a lifestyle. People in management here are really glad that I came over from Yellow.
because I know about the refrigerated trucks. I know how to pre-trip a truck. I know how to look at a truck. These other guys, they don't care. As long as a load gets picked up and delivered, they don't care. They don't. But the other thing, too, is changing the subject one more time. I heard President Biden there on the news break talking about the prescription prices going up 4 times in the last year. What was that? I don't know if you caught that or not.
The price. I don't think I caught that.
Yeah, he was talking about the prescription prices have gone up, and he's trying to put a stop to it.
Mm-hmm.
Hello, yo, sir, are we listening? Do what Canada does. Cost plus 10%. End the subject. End the argument. Right there. Because I mean, I understand that the pharmaceutical companies got to make their money back from all the research and development that they put into the drugs.
Right.
I agree to that. But why are we not doing what Canada does? Okay, just a thought. But, one more thing before I forget, Steve, and I'll let you go. Speaking of Biden and Bidenomics, have you heard that it has really hit home for our young people, Steve? Have you heard this?
I can't say that I have. Lay it on me.
Well, apparently the nursery rhymes are the next one to play victim to Bidenomics. You remember the nursery rhyme of the old lady in the shoe?
Mm-hmm. Had so many kids she didn't know what to do.
Well, they got to change that now, Steve, to the old lady in the flip-flop. Bye to me.
Okay, there you go. The old lady in the flip-flop, thank you.
Let's face it, winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. You know what I'm talking about. The hard, cold starts, rough idling, and fuel gelling. Avoid these problems by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense. EDT Plus Winter Defense is a concentrated 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that prevents gelling and improves engine performance in the coldest of climates. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens, increases fuel economy and winter operability, plus the lubricity protection of LX4 to extend fuel system life. With EDT Plus Winter Defense, you can be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense is available at Pilot Flying J truck stops, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Life on the road is tough, but the Big Rig mattress is tougher. With 15 years of industry-leading technology, our hybrid mattresses with its individual pocketed spring core is the best on the market. Road tested for millions of miles, it is the last mattress you'll buy for your truck. We are so confident that's why our spring support core is guaranteed for 10 years. Most sizes ship within 72 hours. Custom sizes are also available. When you get tired of waking up with sore, achy muscles, visit thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Rest assured, with the Big Rig Mattress, we've got your back.
Increase fuel economy up to 7.9% with Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme, the solution to maximize your engine's performance and fuel economy. Whether you're driving a sports car or a daily commuter, Gasoline Extreme is specially formulated with PEA to deep clean. Don't settle for an average driving experience. Upgrade to Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme and go further on each tank. Order now on Amazon or HotShotSecret.com.
We have not delved a whole lot into the political arena this morning, but back to the Hunter Biden for just a moment. I guess it's true what they say about birds of a feather. And you can see that from the people coming to the rescue of Hunter Biden. Politico reporting this past day that the son of President Joe Biden had a little help getting to that right spot for his dramatic news conference Wednesday. It's a spot known as the Senate Swamp. It's often reserved for news conferences. Now, this location was mere feet away from where Hunter was subpoenaed to testify before the House Judiciary Committee, a closed-door deposition, which he defied. Since Biden was speaking on the Senate side, he avoided being arrested, as the House Sergeant-at-Arms could not take action against Hunter for being out of compliance with the Oversight Committee subpoena. The Washington Examiner's Ashley Oliver reported that it was California Democrat Representative Eric Swalwell who had reserved the event space just feet from the Capitol for Biden's remarks. Swalwell confirmed to Politico he was responsible for the move, which caught Republicans off guard. Representative Darrell Issa of California accused his Democratic colleague of aiding and abetting contempt of Congress. Issa sent a letter to the leaders of the House Ethics and House Administrative Committees about Swalwell's action, which he told the UK's Daily Mail were, at minimum, an ethics violation. By all appearances and reporting, the media space reserved by Congressman Swalwell, who is a member of the Judiciary Committee, was intended solely to allow Hunter to fail to appear before these committees, publicly announce his refusal to comply with a duly issued subpoena, and be in contempt of Congress. Swalwell went all in with his support of the president's son. He told reporters there's absolutely zero evidence Hunter or his father acted corruptly. So I'm going to sit quietly and let MAGA Republicans do Trump's bidding in Congress? It shouldn't be surprising that the congressman would come to the aid of a kindred spirit like Hunter. Of course, in January, Swalwell lost his place on the House Intelligence Committee over his reported involvement with a suspected Chinese spy, Christine Fang. Recall that? Nonetheless, he remains on the House Judiciary Committee, the very committee that is investigating Hunter, which that makes his behavior even more outrageous. Yeah, we know in his appearance on the Capitol Wednesday, Biden, with Swalwell standing right behind him, acknowledged making mistakes, but said his father had no financial stake in his ventures. Oh, yes. Jolly Green Giant, what do you say?
Well, Steve, I want to say good morning and all the cartoon characters out there. I want to clear some stuff up. Let's begin with whoever come up with that survey did not put a lot of thought into it. The number one most dangerous Christmas song out there is Grandma Got Run Over by a Reindeer. Beyond a shadow of a doubt.
Mm-hmm.
The woman died in that song. Come on. Now, let's talk about how to get out of wrapping presents, Steve. Jolly Green's advice on how to get out from spending 2-3 hours of wrapping presents. You go to one of the local stores in the area, Myers, Walmart, Kroger's, whatever, buy a box of Christmas cards. That's first thing. Number two, buy boxes of candy for each individual. All right. Now, I got 8 grandkids. So what I used to do, I used to get Christmas cards and a box of Russell Stover's candy. Then, now here's the clincher. You go to the bank and you get freshly printed $100 bills.
$100 bills, okay.
Stick that into the $100 bill. Stick that into the envelope. Tape that to the Russell Stover's candy, and there you go. See, here's the problem with Christmas. Why give gifts to people that didn't want those gifts in the first place? Why not give a gift that they can go give what they want?
Well, yeah, and everybody wants $100, no doubt. All right, we'll get the rest of the story after this. First, a news break.
USA News Update. President Biden is urging Israel to exercise greater caution in its attacks on Hamas.
I want them to be focused on how to save civilian lives. not stop going after Hamas, but be more careful.
His remarks follow a recent comment to donors where he expressed concern about Israel's indiscriminate bombing and noted a decline in global support for Israel. The ongoing conflict has drawn widespread criticism due to a rising number of civilian casualties. Senators are set to return to Capitol Hill next week to engage in ongoing bipartisan discussions on border policy and aid for Ukraine. Originally slated for a holiday recess at the end of this week, lawmakers have opted to remain in town to advance negotiations and reach a deal before the year's end. A date for demolition has been set for the house where 4 University of Idaho students were killed last year. This is USA News.
Okay, I'm talking funny because I'm in the witness protection program. I have too much credit card debt and I don't want people to find me.
Okay, I'm just kidding. We're going to talk about credit card debt. Right, those plastic things that we all have in our wallet. Are you in your 50s or 60s and you're still carrying around a mound of credit card debt? Wouldn't it be nice to start banking that money and save a little money for retirement down the road? We help people restructure their credit card debt all the time. We show people how they can get out of credit card debt in months, not years. Listen, you'll be carrying around credit card debt for the rest of your life unless you deal with it right now. We offer a free consultation so you can learn how you can finally wipe out your credit card debt and start saving money. Give us a free call right now.
Call Debt Solutions Network now. 866-451-3328. 866-451-3328. That's 866-451-3328.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey, if you're needing to stock up on Hot Shot Secret products, don't forget, use the coupon code Overnight Drive at checkout. You'll get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com. Over $5 a gallon for diesel? Wow, it's the highest it's ever been. Now what if you could get paid to use a fuel additive? Hear me out. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment, EDT, will improve your miles per gallon enough that the fuel economy savings will not only pay for the cost of the product, but also keep more money in your pocket. Think about it. At $5 a gallon, you're paying over $1,200 to fill up and going 1,500 miles on a full tank. Well, Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment will increase fuel economy up to 3%. That's an extra 45 miles per tank, $37 worth of diesel, and a savings of 2 cents every mile. EDT is so strong, it only takes $12 worth of EDT to get these savings, and you get all the other benefits of this 6-in-1 treatment. Take the EDT challenge today. If you're not completely satisfied, we'll refund your purchase. EDT is available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA and Petro Stopping Centers. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matouche firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler Magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code SteveSaves at turbo3000.com.
And
Now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
There we go. Mike Lou to come back at it here and pick up where we left off. Jolly Green Giant. Welcome back, sir.
Yeah, yes, well, I'd say this, why buy Christmas gifts that people don't want, like ugly ties or the wrong video game? Why not let them pick out their own gift, and that'll save all the gift wrapping. And on top of that, they can stand or eat that Russell Stover's candy with a smile on their face. I got $100 bill. I'm going to go to GameStop. I'm going to buy that Sony PlayStation game that I want.
Mm-hmm.
That's the way we do it. That's the way we do it. That's how we get away with not wrapping gifts. Okay? So there you go. Now, I want to talk about an amusement park that I absolutely love. There actually were two that I absolutely love. One was Lesortville, in between Hamilton and Middletown. But my favorite was Coney Island on the Ohio River.
Yeah, for
and
years.
It is now going to close as of January 1st. Now, the Jolly Green has got some history there. My mom used to work at Coney Island when I was a little boy. So I had spent many of a time. I had a lot of fun at Coney Island before Kings Island opened up north of Cincinnati on Interstate 71. Now, some of the rides were moved to Kings Island when it opened up in the early 70s. But I got to be honest with you, my favorite park was always Coney Island, and now it's going to be out of business, just like Lesortville.
Yeah.
And it'll probably end up, they'll sell the land off, and all those memories are just memories. It really upsets me. I mean, Surf Cincinnati is gone. The beach is gone. Lesortville is gone. Now Coney Island is gone. I mean, what is next?
You feel like you're getting
Now,
old, Jolly Green.
The
venue, apparently, they've already announced it's being sold to a music industry. They're going to make a massive concert venue there. I mean, right next door to what already exists is Riverbend. I don't know why they would do that, but...
Oh, that's true, Steve. I didn't know any of that. I didn't see that.
Yeah, I mean, they've got artist renditions of what's going to be a massive covered kind of outdoor music venue. I mean, it looks like a monstrosity, but that's the plan for the property there. All right, did we lose Jolly Green? I think we did. All right, I kind of wondered. It's like he just... Dan, hi there. Happy Friday.
Hi. Happy Friday to you, Steve. I just want to come to the defense of Ramaswamy there. One of your callers, I might have been Double R, about complaining about him going to I-80. But I really think that's been a very bright spot in those debates, because if Haley... I mean, he exposed her as being quite incompetent when he asked her about, and I agree with Grump also about Ukraine. I could care less. It's time to end that. But when he asked her, what are these four provinces that they're fighting over, she couldn't answer them. And then Chris Christie, the Jersey thug, comes to her defense, and he said, well, what are they? Can you name them? And he couldn't name them, and he visited Ukraine, as I think she did also, as a candidate. So I really think this guy, as a matter of fact, I think he's from Cincinnati.
Yeah, that is true. He is, yes. Yep.
And he makes his home there. And he is the type of disruptor that's very similar to President Trump, and he's very complimentary of President Trump.
Yes.
And if I were voting in one of these early caucuses or in the early primary states, if I knew Trump had it for sure, which I think he's going to, I'd vote for him. You know what I'm saying? To bring his numbers up. But I just did want to come to that, because when does this end? I mean, and it's true. I didn't hear anybody. Where's this guy Zelensky get this idea he could show up in a T-shirt? They wear suits in Ukraine, and he's not real well liked there. I think he wants to cancel the election this fall. It's another disastrous thing we're involved in. They also said that they held a party. The defense industry here held a party, a reception for Zelensky. Well, no kidding. That's where that billions of dollars are going to. And in addition to that, we're covering some of their pension costs and some of their internal stuff.
Yep.
And enough's enough. I don't know how else to say it. And I think the American people have soured on it. And I am in favor of what Israel's doing. They keep saying, well, it's innocent people. Well, the majority of the people in Gaza are backing Hamas. So I don't know what else to say, but Israel needs to come up with a long-term plan of what they want to do with Gaza. As far as I'm concerned, if you're going to go in there and take it over and destroy the infrastructure of the country, as they're doing, and I'm not complaining about it, well, then they need to take it over and run it as the country that they want. Steve, we can't. Rand Paul made a statement that every 90 days, this country goes another $1 trillion in debt.
Yeah.
And that's a time bomb waiting to go off.
Yep.
I just don't know how we possibly, you understand what I'm saying, as a country can sit there and think that we're not going to have huge major problems.
At some point in time, yeah, they always say the chickens come home. I mean, we've been talking about this debt bomb for how many years now, and it continues to go. Yes, and under Trump, it went up several $1 trillion, and it's almost like our government has got to the point where they don't even give a damn about the debt anymore. That we have an unlimited credit card.
Right, and I. It's one of those things that I didn't agree with President Trump with all that COVID money. I really didn't. I mean, I understand, as I've said on your show before, I think he got rolled by Fauci and the rest of these people. And I know he definitely got rolled by the pharmaceutical industry. And my hometown, they're laying off St. Louis, Pfizer. I don't know if that's their headquarters. It may be. But they're laying off because of these COVID shots that they've had to buy back from the government because nobody's taken them. And it's what it's boiled down to, Steve, is the country, most of the citizens don't trust the government. Everything from the Justice Department to anything that comes out of their mouths, you wonder, is it really true or not?
Mm-hmm.
But I do want to, Trump had made a remark about him going to I-80, and I didn't know Ted Cruz had did the same thing. But that's no different than going to, say, a Farm Bureau meeting, or, you're just going to where a group of people, heck, most of the people may not even be Iowa voters. They'll come around there, but I do think when they talk about a younger generation, that's he is excellent on his feet. And he nailed it with Nikki Haley. Quite frankly, he gave the Democrats a gift if she were for whatever she runs again. I don't think she's going to be the nominee, but whatever she runs again, her blank stare when she could not name those 4 provinces, I know that caused a lot of problem with a lot of voters. I mean, that was a very good question. And I mean, that's 101, as they say. That's a simple question. But no, I enjoyed the show as usual, and Grump hit it right on. I mean, about this Ukraine. I think the way he said he could care one way or the other. Well, that's kind of where I'm at. That's a crap hole country that we've put so damn much money down, it's not even funny. And now they're going to be looking to us to rebuild the place. And I don't know about you, but I think charity, as the old expression goes, begins at home.
Well, Dan, it's always good to hear from you. I thank you for chiming in. It's been a while since we heard from you there, Dan, but have a great Friday. Have a good weekend. If we don't talk to you before, have a Merry, Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year. If you pull up the national debt clock, which I did a moment ago, we're setting right now $33,917,000,000,000 and on down. But I mean, we're racking up. We tag on another million. I don't know what it's just like less than a minute. I think it is. It's unreal. Just the clock's a ticking like as fast as it can. It's 15 before the hour. It is 844-844-3388. Now, I mentioned last evening about now that Hunter has defied his subpoena to testify before the committee. There were some other folks that had done that under the previous administration. Anybody recall Steve Bannon? Several others playing the same game. It came up in the White House press briefing this past day. What do you think Karine Jean-Pierre had to say about it? Of course, she wanted to totally ignore it. She refused to reconcile Hunter's defying a congressional subpoena with President Joe Biden's actual words when Joe said such individuals must be prosecuted. It was the proverbial elephant in the briefing room, Hunter Biden's Capitol Hill speech and his refusal to comply with a subpoena requiring him to testify before the investigators. The first 2 times reporters asked about the first son's defiance, Jean-Pierre refused to address the issue. First, she said, "I'm not going to speak to that." Then, when a reporter asked if Joe actually watched his son's speech, Jean-Pierre said, "The president," quote, "was certainly familiar with what his son was going to say," suggesting that the two had conversed about it beforehand. She later declined to give any additional details as to what exactly she meant by familiar. Finally, a reporter confronted her with Biden's own words, Joe Biden's own words, about congressional subpoenas. You were asked what his stance was on people who defy congressional subpoenas. In 2021, he was asked that question specifically, and at the time said he believed the Justice Department should prosecute them. Is that still his position, he asked? Or Jean-Pierre took the coward's way out. She said, quote, "I don't have anything to add to what you just quoted me from the president. I just don't have anything to add." But as a refresher, October of 2021, Joe was asked about individuals who had defied the January 6th committee and ignored subpoenas requiring their testimony, to which at the time, President Biden's response was, quote, "I hope the committee goes after them and holds them accountable criminally." When asked if he thinks that accountability should come in the form of Justice Department prosecution, Joe confirmed at the time, "I do, yes." And that is exactly what at the time happened. At the time of Biden's comments, Steve Bannon had ignored a congressional subpoena from the January 6th committee. Justice Department then secured an indictment against Bannon for contempt charges. He was later found guilty. He was sentenced to prison. I don't know, has Joe said anything about that since then? It's 844-844-3388.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, PowerStroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SUMMERS10. Doc's Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Well, and good morning to Steve, Columbus, Ohio, on a Friday morning, who says the week is drawing to an end. And we're looking forward to the weekend ahead. Hopefully a little rest to come out of it. It's a rather chilly 25 here in central Ohio this morning. That means the coffee's hot, car's warmed up. Let's go. I suppose it's time to head in and see what the day will bring us. Everybody out there, enjoy the day and enjoy your weekend. And there's Knucklebuster.
Thanks for having me back a second time, Mr. Steve Summers. Well, you need to add Mike Rowe and John Rich. Santa's got a dirty job. That'll raise your blood pressure up too there, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, or Elvis's Boo 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 Christmas too. That's a good old song there. Shoot, I don't know. Man, that's crazy about I guess I drive faster when my blood pressure gets up, right? Damn, they're burning fast.
Yep.
Hell, I better do the speed limit. Yep, I know that's right. They come out here in the middle of the night, check out on me there. Well, I guess I can say this about why he's going to have a better 2024, because I used to work for Yellow part-time back in the 90s there, so the reason he's going to have a better 2024 is because he ain't working for Yellow Corporation there, and I'll probably be slammed for that comment there. So anyway, have yourself a great weekend there. Been good talking to you this week there, and I guess you are working next week, right?
Yeah, we've got a regular schedule for the final week before Christmas. Yes, indeed, we'll be here. Hopefully, I've got some friends out there that'll be chiming in to say hello.
All right, well, I'll be one of them there. I've been kind of busy this week. I ain't had time to look up all of my baloney that I normally do. But anyway, I've been just flying by the seat of the pants this week. All right, have a great day, Mr. Steve Summers, and a great weekend, brother.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Enjoy your weekend as well. What do you say, hippopotamus?
Hey there, Your Honor. So, anyways, the talk about some of the first responder stuff and that. Did you know that here, well, I don't know if they're doing just for the Christmas season or not, but the CPR now, you don't do the breath anymore there. You just do the chest compressions. So in order to keep time at a beat for the chest compressions, they got you singing Grandma Got Run Over by a Reindeer. Maybe it's for the holiday season, or maybe it's for the whole way through. But anyway, so any chance you come along, if anybody happens to know how to do CPR, if you haven't taken a class lately or anything in that nature, and I'm trying to remember how to do it there, just remember, you just get your placement on the chest and push down as pretty much as hard as you can, and don't worry about breaking ribs.
Well, because I was going to say, when you feel the rib snap, I guess you're doing the right thing.
Pretty much, yep. If you get to the point that you feel like you think you're going too far, you just about got far enough. But yeah, you do it at a pretty good pace there. I forget what it is there. Maybe you can see the beats per minute for that Grandma Got Run Over by the Reindeer thing.
Oh, I said it's 172 beats per minute. That seems pretty fast.
Wow. That's right up there. Boy, I guess that would really get your blood going down the highway too, wouldn't it? But hey, the one thing we didn't get to talk about there, and I didn't know if you got a chance to look up or not, but they were saying here in our local area, the Martin State Airport there, the A-10 Warthog program is going to go away.
Yeah, you mentioned. I forgot about that. Yeah. Yep. So maybe that one-winged bird scarecrow thing out there, maybe he knows something about these A-10 Warthogs or something. But anyways, we'll have to see if it's the whole A-10 program's going away or if it's just this local group here. But they said with closing down this little bit here at the Martin State Airport, it was going to affect over 500 jobs. So pretty amazing what one little program can do. Wow. I did
a
quick search for you there, and yes, apparently it is across the board. The A-10 Warthog is being retired from military service. I guess it's gradually being phased out. It's not all happening at once. Let's see. Quick headline says, the popular warplane could be completely retired from service by 2029. The U.S. Air Force is beginning to retire its remaining force of A-10 Thunderbolt II close air support attack jets. The A-10 Warthog starts its long, final descent into retirement, is the headline. Why? Why are they getting rid of it? According to this, it says that its cannon is obsolete as a tank killer and overkill against trucks and armored personnel carriers. Almost any other attack or fighter aircraft can drop the guided ordnance with more accuracy, they say, than the A-10. So, all right, yeah, so I guess farewell. And speaking of that, farewell. We'll say farewell here on a Friday morning. Thanks so much for being with us. Have a great weekend. Yes, we're here throughout the next week before Christmas. Hope you can join us as well for the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a